Eccoci. Buongiorno, davvero.
And here we are. Good morning and welcome to you all. Thank you.
Sono Filomena Greco,
My name is Filomena Greco. I work for Il Sole 24 Ore a daily. I'm happy to be here with you today with the Friends of Motor Valley Festival, which is a way to discuss amongst ourselves. It's the sixth edition of the Motor Valley Fest, a yearly appointment dedicated to the fantastic champions of Made in Italy, of the world of luxury and the automotive. An industrial district, because before talking about the market, we need to talk about business. So a very important and unique industrial district. Mobility and the world of automotive is something you're going to talk about, obviously, but it's right in the midst of a transition that's similar to a proper revolution that has to do with the market, with the business, with technology. And 2024 will probably be a year of passage, and we'll talk about this together. There are moments of tiredness in the electric environment, which is the big bet for the energy transition in the automotive business that looks at the main global players. And during this specific phase, there's China that led to more specific boundaries. And so it consolidates itself as being the first market in the world, but it also becomes part of this transition. We lost the audio. We apologize, but we cannot hear the journalist speak this morning, and mainly with the roundtables that will follow in the afternoon and tomorrow. So what we'll try and do together is to try and understand and talk about how the world of high-performance vehicles and luxury, is going through a strong and complex transformation. And what is happening in this environment? We're talking about energy transition, sustainability, electric vehicles, but we're also betting on the issue of new technologies on board cars. We're talking about software, we're talking about ADAS systems and artificial intelligence. So today and tomorrow, we would like to talk about this with the major player in this industry. We'll talk about the industrial policies, the market visions, without ever forgetting that in the end, Motor Valley is mainly fed by passion of consumers who look at these luxury cars as an object of desire and as a potential important investment. So with this, I'd like to move to the institutional salutes. The Mayor of Modena, you are here welcoming us, so to you. Thank you. Well, first of all, good morning to you all. Thank you. Thank you for your participation, and I would also like to thank the authorities who are here with us today, starting with the prefect, the president of the region, who's always supported us, then police, the different associations and businesses, as well as MPs. I'd like to thank you all. And I'd also like to warmly thank General Lamanna, who is a very important person for us, not just because the army has kept to its commitment and has empowered the military academy in Modena, and this is something we're proud of. And I say this in front of him and in front of you all, in front of the city, and I'd like to thank him wholeheartedly for the commitment for this academia and for the Italian army. We are in a very special moment. Yesterday, it's been a committing day because obviously yesterday it was May the 1st, the international celebration of the Labor Day, and there's been an important meeting at Imola, and I salute the mayor of Imola. And then yesterday evening we met again in memory of the pilots and mechanics 30 years after Ayrton Senna's death and Roland Rothenberg's death. And yesterday in church, the mass was positive because we showed support to the parents of Rastenberg who were present. So I'd like to briefly remember these two important pilots. We've saluted them yesterday, these drivers, and with the high-speed exhibition we've already inaugurated, and that shows something important for them too. Motor Valley in these last 6 years has demonstrated strong resilience, overcoming problems and difficulties as well as the pandemic. And today, at regional level, we keep on working together with the Terra dei Motori, with the land of engines, not just for the Power Emilia-Romagna shows with the 4 driving racing pistes, then the ITS Maker Regional Center. This is another important element, together with training, university, and obviously the museums, as well as the collections and operators working in this business. After Expo 2015, you remember in the past few years, we reasoned on the message
Ferrari and Pavarotti Land, slow food and fast car.
With Pavarotti Land, slow food and fast cars. And this actually represents us and our territory, together with the movie on Enzo Ferrari that somehow defined once and for all the issue of the city of Modena, of its territory, the extraordinary people who actually were born in this territory. So Motor Valley is not just entertainment, and it's a way to talk about the future of this business, of cars, of all vehicles. So these 2 days we'll talk about environmental sustainability, we'll talk about environmental friendly engines, but also of high performance, of new technology, of research, and of the idea of training specialized and skilled people more and more in the future. There is also a war about the future between necessary transformations and the possibility of making these transformations real. We said this also last year, within the times and modes necessary not to lose out in terms of economics, because we all want to reach the target Europe has set for itself. So we need to keep a constant pace, as the businesses in this territory are doing and have been doing for a long time, to be able to continue improving the endothermal engines, strengthening the electric engines. But we're also working to develop new levels of innovation, and we've signed a protocol of understanding with Enel and Snam to try and follow along the idea of renewable hydrogen, aware of the fact that it'll take time, it'll be complex, but we need to define a route, a path for the future. We need to keep on pushing in the direction of a sustainable economics, because the environment and economy will have to move hand in hand, and we'll have to do this together, as we have worked together with the modern automotive smart area businesses that have become a model and a reference of the smart area and of the 3-year plan for IT in public administration, which has been defined by the Agency for Digital Italy. And I think this is another choice we've made together, and which now has become a reality which is recognized at national level. And this is another important element, I would say, as I repeat, training and the role of universities, which we need to strengthen further. It's clear that we're all interested in the state of health of the whole business. Later on, we will try to better understand what is happening in this industry, because the state of health on the general issue of mobility, on the particular issue of labor and the relationship between development and innovation is something of fundamental importance for all of us. You see, I've asked the legal offices of the municipality. I don't know whether they will be able to find something out. But given that we are working to have a stronger brand for Modena, I asked the legal offices of the municipality to check and try and discover
cinese elettrica del
The Xiaomi electric car from China is called Modena, because this makes me angry, because Modena is something different, I would say. And so I believe that we really need to understand the worth of Modena and what is needed to defend the brand of Modena. We're also worried because our businesses in the territory are all faring pretty well, actually. Very well, I would say. And so in this region, there are extraordinary businesses that are really flying, and they are keeping pace with the level of innovation that's around them. And we're worried because whilst many leading companies are growing and are betting on innovation to reach further market share, whilst these businesses have consolidated themselves and gone global, I'm worried about other signals we are seeing in an historic company in this territory, which is Maserati. So once again, the Motor Valley Festa will be a chance to look at the future of the whole automotive business, starting from the solid grounds our territory can boast about, without sitting on laurels, with the regenerative commitment of keeping pace with the requirements of labor, of businesses, of the environment, and with the public administration that obviously tries to support businesses in this teamwork that allows us to still talk about quality of life, quality of cities, and of strengthening the deep feeling of a community in a territory that wants to be part of Europe and look at the future with great passion, as it's always done. So, best proceedings to you all. Thank you. Thank you very much to the mayor. And now I ask the president of the region of Emilia-Romagna, Stefano Bonaccini, to come up on stage. Welcome to you too. Thank you very much. Good morning and welcome. Welcome to you all. Obviously, I salute the mayor, the prefect, and all authorities. This is a very important event, of course. For me, as president of the region, will be the last time I take the floor at the Motor Valley Festa. And in these last few years, we have decided to strengthen it together with Councillor Mr. Corsini, who's here with me, and all the territory institutions for a region which is unique in this respect and proud of being one of the major motor valleys in the world. We are a very strong territory that resisted in these last 10 years a 12 billion earthquake, a pandemic that hit us first after Wuhan, and that had never been here in the last century. And we also resisted the flood last year, exactly 12 months ago from that tragedy today that cost us 9 billion euros. Often we don't ponder on how good we were all together to react, and not just to be resilient for a territory that's now running faster than in the past. Mechanics, mechatronics, and engines are the main item for exports in Emilia-Romagna. They are an incredible heritage that's worth about 90,000 jobs between direct jobs and indirect ones. And despite the flood, Emilia-Romagna last year recorded the new record of exports in the world. It looked impossible with that tragedy that obviously slowed down production to go beyond 83.1 billion of 2022. And instead, we've gone beyond those 83.1 billion. We went beyond 85 billion euro, in fact. And I say this to Minister Urso, beware, keep Emilia-Romagna in your heart, because if Emilia-Romagna stops, then part of the country will stop developing. 19,200 euro of pro capita quota of exports is worth pro capita 2,300 euro more than Veneto and 3,000 more than any person living in the region of Lombardy. I'm not talking about, small regions. I'm talking about the second and third. There's a heritage here that we together were capable of exploiting and growing, not just in teaching how things should be done, because this is something you've been teaching us on a daily basis for decades, but funds for research and innovation, which are spent in this region much more than in other regions in Italy, in a decade led to doubling the people involved in research. We're well above the Italian average and also above the European average, because especially people working in this business know that without research and innovation, you don't go anywhere. In a global world that's moving so fast, if you stop for 15 days, somebody will overtake you. Internationalization, globalization for a territory that exports so much is very important. If we create barriers, we lose 2/3 of our GDP. And also we lose in terms of jobs. So everything that's needed for artificial intelligence, big data, and new technologies, I'll say something on this too. We've even tried to make a tourist brand out of Motor Valley. We started about 10 years ago after the extraordinary success of Expo 2015 in Milan. The Motor Valley brand, led not by politicians, but directly by Stefano Domenicali and Claudio Domenicali today, because obviously when you talk to people, you need to talk to people who understand things, and they use the right language to be understood by everybody. And today, after years, we sell a tourist product that's increasing tourism here on a yearly basis. The first year I was elected in 2014, tourists in this region were 45 million. We closed 2023 with 62 million tourists, 17 million more. Manufacturing companies have become a brand, because the place for production for 2 billion people who are fans of cars and motorbikes are becoming more and more important, because 30 private collections and museums, and in these days many of these are open, is something nobody else has in the world. A few years ago, we started a unique experience in the world. The Motor Vehicle University of Emilia-Romagna, which putting together the 10 companies that are known all over the world, the 4 deans of the 4 universities of Emilia-Romagna, and every year, in the last few years, some degree courses in English in high technologies attract hundreds of students from all over the world, and they tend to find a job just before they conclude their masters rather than afterwards, because human capital is really important in this area. Last but not least, the fact that Emilia-Romagna was the main European motor valley was known to everybody. The fact that we are one of the best food valleys in the world is also very well known all over the world. The fact that we'd become the main data valley in the world was incredible, but instead we will be so. Meteo forecast, weather forecast, 1,500 researchers who will come in the next few months and next few years here to Emilia-Romagna to study climate. Climate needs big data. Leonardo, the supercomputer which in 1 second processes 250 billions of data, that makes us so competitive that the government and the G7 in July on big data, artificial intelligence and new technologies will organize a conference here at Emilia-Romagna. This last month, I met the ambassadors of the biggest countries in the world, from China to the US, from Germany to France to Japan to Australia to Spain. And the biggest multinationals that invest in this industry, because they will come to invest in Emilia-Romagna. Now we'll also have the UN University, and I close with this. There are 13 in the world, and the 14th one will be in Emilia-Romagna. It won't be the first in Italy, but the first in all Mediterranean countries. The 2 main courses attracting people from all over the world will have the impact artificial intelligence will have on our societies. People dealing with what we are going to discuss about later on today and tomorrow knows that without artificial intelligence, we won't go very far. It's important to obviously provide them to businesses and to research, and we need to guarantee competitiveness in this, because in using data, you can become competitive with the most advanced areas in the world. What we ask, and I close, is for the European Union and Europe in its digital and environmental transition keeps into account that the environment and labor should not be juxtaposed, because when we say Motor Valley in Emilia-Romagna, of course, we're talking about Ducati, Lamborghini, Dallara, Energica, Pagani, Ferrari, Toro Rosso, etc., etc. But we also talk about 16,000 very small companies or SMEs that developed for spare parts and parts for old combustion engines. And we need to accompany those during transition using the resources we need so that not just nobody loses his or her job, because that would be a tragedy, but can, in the new world we're aiming at, to leave hope to our children and nephews, new opportunities such as those that were given to my generation. Best proceedings to you all.
Thank you so much. I'd like to give the floor to Giuseppe Molinari, the President of the Chamber of Commerce here in Rome, in Modena, sorry. We'll be talking about jobs and many other topics.
Buongiorno.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to extend my greetings to the public authorities here. I'd like to welcome you all to this 6th edition of the Motor Valley Fest. The previous editions were held as part of a social and economic context which was characterized by instability. This edition too. However, our country is still highly competitive and we are ranking second and Great Britain is first among the G7 countries. We are more and more competitive internationally, and Modena has grown its export by 54% since 1219. This exceeds the national average, and this exceeds the average of any other European countries. Our area is competitive and resilient because of the many initiatives that have been taken by businessmen. Businessmen have invested in green technologies and in 4.0 technologies. Investments in these technologies are essential in order to ensure competitiveness for businesses. However, there are some concerns. Our area is strong and our area is growing, but there are concerns for our businesses, namely the decrease of population, aging. Italy is one of the first countries worldwide in terms of aging, and there is a mismatch between university and businesses in terms of skills that are needed. Training is essential. Here, in this area, we need highly skilled and motivated young people who commit to this area, because this area is attractive and will be attractive in the future, and this is our main goal. We are facing some challenges, namely in geopolitical terms, and this instability is impacting our area and our country. However, institutions, businesses, associations, trade unions, chambers of commerce, training centers, universities have a huge role to play. They should decode the current situation in order to identify strategies and opportunities. And what about Motor Valley? as part of this context. Moto Valley will provide us with important insights about the future so that we can grow further. As Chamber of Commerce, we have decided to take on this challenge. We do have incredible assets in terms of data resulting from analysis and in terms of business intelligence too. And the research center of the Chamber of Commerce plays a very important role. It is the Centro Studi Italia Carne. We identified as Chamber of Commerce a specific sector, spare parts, aftermarket. This is a promising sector in terms of sales and in terms of turnover. It's great. And in terms of added value as well, 30 billion euro. That equals the whole food and beverage industry or the agricultural industry. And it is 3 times the pharmaceutical industry. Emilia-Romagna is the second region after Piedmont in terms of added value for this sector. What will the impact be of electrification in vehicles? Last year, we started a research project, and the outcomes of this research project will be presented today. It is a research survey on 500 companies. Anfia and Centro Studio Italia Carne took care of this research study. This study will be presented this afternoon. It will provide us with insights about the impact of electrification on this sector. We need a permanent observatory to define strategies, to seize opportunities, and to define the outlooks of this industry. The Chamber of Commerce has always believed in the Moto Valley Fest. We have always supported this event because it stands for added value, it stands for creative ideas, it stands for solutions. So best proceedings to all of you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Moto Valley is about racing. So this is why we asked Stefano Domenicali, President and CEO of Formula One, to send us a video to talk about Moto Valley and racing tracks and racing cars. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am in Miami. This is the first race of our championship. I'm happy to be here with you virtually as part of this 6th edition of Moto Valley Festival. I'd like to extend my greetings to institutions, friends, and operators who are here. This edition will tackle very important topics, specifically for Formula One, sustainability. We have prioritized sustainability with our carbon neutrality goals, promotion and development in order to make our sports accessible. Formula One is highly healthy today. In 2023, about 6 million people, 6 million attendees, more than 17 billion audience. And in 2022, the first sold-out championships in Australia, more than 450,000 people. This is one of the best pages in the history of our sport. It is attractive and reliable. We do have a compelling and innovative approach. We conquered new audiences, specifically young people and women. We could do that thanks to a new storytelling. We are very appealing in social media as well. Technology-wise, Formula One has done so much. In 2014, we introduced a hybrid engine, and in 2023, our target is presenting the new hybrid engine, which uses sustainable fuels. Then 2030, zero emissions for the whole organization. Full electric mobility is a great technology, and it is just one of the potential options. Formula One will be the hub to accelerate development processes for all technologies so that they can be implemented in race cars. Not only, but traditional cars as well. This will help mobility, including commercial vehicles, aviation, and passenger cars. We can achieve zero emissions without discarding an engine or giving up a whole car fleet. Today, there are more than 1.3 billion ICE cars, and fuels are being developed today. And these fuels were designed as drop-in fuel that can be used in any car without any adjustment. The impact on society will be huge. We have adopted important measures to reduce emissions. We have introduced a new fleet of trucks that use biofuels in Europe and in the US. This choice has made it possible to reduce our emissions in road transport in Europe. A new phase will start in the next years. We'll analyze how people move when they come to races. We have already adjusted our calendar in order to help people join our tracks more easily. And will focus on logistics and travels. Will invest in alternative fuels in all operating areas, including supply of fuels to aviation. We are on the right track to achieve our carbon neutrality goal. These are key initiatives for Formula One. We like to attract more people, and innovation has always played a key role in Formula One, and in order to do that, we are applying it in all our initiatives and in all our influence areas in order to support society. For instance, we are experimenting low-carbon energy generators by combining alternative fuels and solar energy. Based on estimates, a project reduced emissions by 40%, emissions by teams and paddock. We have the same approach to AI. Formula One has always been a trailblazer in using new technologies. AI is already part of our present. It is a huge opportunity. It is a new challenge to tackle, and it will be used efficiently. We keep on investing in order to make our sport more accessible. In 2022, we announced the creation of F1 Academy, training courses for women. 7 races of this calendar of these races will be broadcasted, and the 10 teams will have a livery on their cars with specific relation to these topics. And we must manage new things, and specifically digitalization. Data analysis and interpretation is key from this point of view. This is a bridge to the industrial world. Simulations are increasingly being used. Formula One in sport has been developed. I can travel the world, and sports evolve according to society. But the approach to challenge is key to grow. Everything changes, but there are no all-in-one solutions. There's just one absolute truth. Humans should be at the center of any changes. Formula One is a human challenge. Formula One is focusing on people. I was born in Imola. I am the president and CEO of Formula One, but every single day I try to embrace the values of this area and of Italy. Our country has unique values, and it shows it today with the success of Made in Italy products, which are appreciated all over the world because they stand for efficiency, beauty, and quality. This edition should ensure that Motor Valley plays a new role in this context that constantly changing. Motor Valley should be attractive all over the world. Once again, thank you for having me today. Good luck for this 6th edition, and as always, full steam ahead. Bye-bye from Miami, and see you in Imola soon. Thank you.
Una bellissima, insomma, sintesi, bellissima.
A great summary. This idea of racing in Formula One is a great laboratory, and this image is really nice because obviously we will have technology transfer with more sustainable technologies. This is the challenge, and it's the challenge for Modena. Without forgetting at the basis of this industry, there is always great passion for those who love exclusive cars. And in our first keynote speech, we're talking about the market. McKinsey with Andrea Scorre and Michele Bertoncello, and Google with Christian Richter will talk about this. During this keynote speech, first I ask you all to come on stage. Our McKinsey colleagues can go to the podium, whilst Richter can sit with me on those chairs. We'll talk about this market. We will focus on where the market is, how it is growing. It's a moving market, and we'll also look at artificial intelligence applications, because we know that technology is going to play a major role, as much as sustainability, at least. To you.
Ladies and gentlemen, what the European automotive industry has achieved in the last decades is nothing less but amazing. Just mentioning 3 examples, the industry continuously delivered products and experiences which customers around the globe just admired. They created tremendous wealth for all of us, for all European people, in a great way. And let me say that while there has been the Beijing Auto Show going on last week mainly, even if we compare the European automotive industry to China in terms of revenues, it's 3 times as big. So it's still a position of strength we should be aware of, and we should, make sure that we are using it. I think it's a main task for the generation in this room, my generation, but also following generations, to keep it that way. And my name is Andreas Cornet. I'm happy to be here. And together with my colleague, Michele Bertoncello, we want to talk about the role of emotion and innovation in this journey. And you see the title of our speech today. It's Innovation to Preserve Emotional Mobility for Next Generations. Let me start. If we look at the sector one more time from a quantitative perspective, as I mentioned, it's just amazing what has been achieved. And just mentioning 3 or 4 numbers, like 7% of European gross domestic product is coming from automotive. It is securing 14 million jobs, which I think is just amazing. And if you look maybe it's a bit of strange perspective. If you look at the taxes which are generated directly or indirectly by automotive, it's a number of 375 billion euro. Just to put things into perspective, the budget of the European Union is 189 billion euros, so almost half of it. Yeah, maybe this is an important message also to send to Brussels about automotive. And then when we are talking about innovation, if you look at the R&D spendings on the very right bottom, it's 60 billion a year. That's approximately 1/3 of the overall R&D spending in Europe, while the industry is only 7% of the GDP. So it's really drastically contributing to R&D, to innovation, to strengthen Europe. So it's a great story. And I mentioned emotional mobility. I mentioned innovation in the very beginning. I think it's fair to say that the Motor Valley is kind of the spearhead for all of that. It's a spearhead for emotional mobility. It's spearheading innovation. And the brands, and you can see some of them here on this chart, are very much leading this journey, which is very impressive. But it also means that these brands have to reinvent themselves, have to basically, reinvent their competitive advantage every day. This is about innovation, this is about emotion, this is about branding. And what Michele and I want to do today is just to share a couple of thoughts regarding that. Let's start, like always, with the potential customer. And just, again, 3 numbers. The number of high wealth individuals, which is defined as people having a net worth more than 30 million euro, is growing. It's 330,000 people around the globe. What is interesting, if you look where are they coming from, this is changing. So only 45% of people are basically coming from regions which are outside the traditional areas, which is to speak like America and Asia and Europe. So there's some change going on. And also people are becoming younger. Yeah? If you, for instance, look at Chinese customers, the average age of customers buying a luxury car in China is 35. So it's to some extent a changing customer group, which is very important to keep in mind. When we are looking at what customers want, when they are talking about products, but also increasingly about experiences, which are very important for creating an emotional mobility feeling, they very much differ. Yeah, so it's about different locations. They might be coming from rural areas, they might be coming from metropolitan areas. Yeah, the location of use might be the racetrack, might be the mountains, might be snow. Yeah, when we are talking about the skill level, we're having a huge range. There might be very skilled drivers. There might also be people who are more virtual drivers, not even having a driving license. Yeah, increasingly this is the case. Where does the passion come from? It can be very much about innovation and racing. It can be about recreation. It can be about luxury, as you see on the bottom. What's their attitude? Do they want to really, go into the nuts and bolts? Or do they want to go into books? Yeah? What's the time they have available? Do they calculate their time for emotional mobility in months per year, or do they calculate it in hours per year? Very important to know, but you have to have an offering for both of them. And last but not least, what's their perception of excellence? What's their perception they would like to have? Is it about like the minutes on the Nürburgring Nordschleife? Is it about the number of likes? Or is it about the feeling they're having when going out with their convertible? Very important to keep in mind. It's a very heterogeneous customer space out there. And when we are looking at the particular attitudes of those high wealth individuals, they very much differ, of course, as everybody knows, from other groups. And just 3 examples, if you look, for instance, like multi-day, multi-city trips in the middle of the chart, it's very different numbers, yeah? And very many of them have done it, but they would like to do it again. Then, for instance, the example of lodging in a non-permanent structure. This is something, yeah, the people with less income have done even more often. Yeah? But even the high wealth people would like to do it. And last but not least, maybe some a little bit funny ideas about the future. So offering a suborbital space tour, you have 51% of the high wealth people here saying, yes, I want this. So it's very important to understand what is exciting them and what could be a new adventure for them to offer. Talking about this emotional mobility space, I think it's very important to recognize, of course, this is not greenfield. There's a lot existing. Yeah? So it's more like a brownfield area where we are asking, okay, what could be more? How can we make it even better for customers? And there is lots of shows and exhibitions going on, like, for instance, the Goodwood Festival. Yeah, we have driving experiences which you can take on a Porsche or Ferrari racetrack. We have like garage enjoyment centers, like, for instance, the Motor Worlds in Munich, in Berlin, or in Stuttgart. We have like experience center, like the Ferrari World, and we have also increasingly the opportunity for particularly young people to rent luxury cars, super sports cars, to have like an emotional mobility experience without being able to afford to buy something like that. And I think it's very important to keep in mind that this brownfield is existing, and ask the question, how does innovation, how does emotional innovation look like in this area? Talking about the players, again, it is very important to acknowledge that this is not something which is only coming from automotive OEMs or motorcycle OEMs. I think there's an entire ecosystem of vehicle manufacturers, of dealerships, of organization around it, like hotels or race promoters or whatever. And then even in the wider city, it could be hotels, it could be rental companies, you can read it. And what we think is very important is to think in those basically 4 circles and ask the question, how can I offer the best experience for my customers without reinventing everything, with using what is there already, but also connecting the dots. And imagine only how powerful it would be if a customer experiences a really nice cooperation with 4 or 5 or 6 of those players, generating one holistic experience for a customer. I think that could be amazing. So this is all very important, but there's also challenges. Yeah? It's important, of course, to optimize the experience, but it's also important to reduce the hassle, to reduce the challenges, and to help customers to master the challenges. What are these challenges? It could be about cost and accessibility of restoring and repairing. Yeah? Not so easy for customers, I can tell you. Yeah? It's about trust. Yeah? How can I deliver trustful statements against my customers? It's about digitalization. Christian, I suppose you will talk about that. I think we all agree that the space of mobility apps and car mobility apps and so on, also apps offered by OEMs, is not at the end state yet. There's a lot to be improved. We have to talk about urban regulations. So how do they basically block what some customers would want, and what's the solution for that? It's about education, as we have just heard in the speeches before. It is also about, for younger people, how does a fit, is there a fit between, driving a race car and talking about a quote-unquote healthy modern lifestyle, and how can you, as brands, make it fit, have a narrative for customers to make it fit? It's about sustainability, like everything, of course. And last but not least, it could be about the accessibility of racetracks. So all this is important to reduce the hassle for customers. And of course, there is competition. I think that the word China, I've heard it a dozen times today already. And increasingly, of course, China is also, approaching the supercar, the luxury car, the sports car field. And we might say, well, they're not there yet. I agree to that. But they're going there, and China is very fast, China is very innovative. You see 3 examples here. I find it interesting that the designer for the BYD Super 9, as you all can see, is obviously not Chinese. It's Wolfgang Egger, and if I'm not mistaken, he has been working for Alfa Romeo and Lancia for 7 or 8 years. So here the loop is kind of closing. It's a little bit of with a grain of irony here. Nevertheless, this is happening, and we have to ask the question how to defend. And last but not least, I want to hand over to Michele with one chart I like very much, and it took our research department quite some time to come up with market share data for 35 years, which is comparable. So you see here the market share of European OEMs worldwide across the period of 35 years, so from 1990 to 2024 or 5. You see basically it's around 35%, and many in the room might still remember that we were afraid when Toyota was coming to US and Europe, when Lexus was coming, when Hyundai was coming, when Nissan was coming. You see basically in this chart, there was a little dip or something like that, but it wasn't really a long effect on the market share the Europeans were having worldwide. And the question I think we all are asking ourselves, will it be different this time? Will the red part of the curve go down even steeper, or will it go up, or will it stay stable? And I think it's about us to make sure that it stays stable at least, ideally even goes up. So with that, I'm handing over to Michele. Thanks a lot.
So,
Thank you.
if we continue on the presentation, what does this mean? What are these challenges meaning for the Motor Valley? Two considerations. Building a faster and prettier car or motorcycle will not be enough to fence off this type of competition. And indeed, innovation becomes a critical challenge to stay ahead and stay competitive in this space. And what does innovation mean? It means many things, and there are many fields where innovation can come in and support our competitive advantage in emotional mobility. On the sustainability side, obviously, there's research on bio-based materials, recycling of carbon fiber, recycling of materials, recycling of entire vehicles. Innovation in fuels. Stefano Domenicali earlier was mentioning fossil-free or carbon-neutral fuels, and these are areas of development that are critical for our area, for the Motor Valley, more than for any other area in the world. And obviously, innovating in powertrain with, for example, combustion hydrogen powertrains, or the ability of our powertrains to deal with new types of fuels is going to be critical. Innovation is also relevant on board. When we think about new concepts of vehicles, and these are relevant for sports cars, for luxury sedans that are also produced in the Motor Valley. When we think about touchscreens, holographic technology, AI in the vehicle, and once again, Christian will tell us more about it later, there's a lot of digitization and there is a lot of innovation, and the question is, where are we on these fields today? Digitization is obviously critical also outside of the vehicle. For example, making it easier for car owners or collectible car aficionados to plan their experiences, to plan their visit to the Motor Valley and its different attractions. As Andreas was mentioning, is there an angle where health apps, like the ones we use to run or to bike around, could also find a way of tying lifestyle and fitness with anything related to motor racing? Virtual coaches and simulation are also extremely important. And these are all fields that, let me say, are not naturally or were not historically in the DNA of the Motor Valley. And the question is, how do we accelerate that? And how do we make sure that the centers of excellence for these type of technologies will be located here as much as competences around mechanical engineering already are? When we think about developing vehicles and developing components effectively, obviously there's the use of generative AI to optimize the design of vehicles, to generate software and to create new software more effectively, and the use, for example, of new engineering techniques like deep learning surrogates to optimize the way in which we develop cars and motorcycles, reduce development time and development cost. And just a quick deep dive on these type of technology. Deep learning surrogates are already used by leaders worldwide as in transforming the way they do engineering. Basically accelerating the way in which development occurs, reducing the cost, reducing the time. So the point is, innovation is not only in what new technology do we develop, but also in the way we work and how do we do engineering, which is at the very heart of what the Motor Valley does today. And obviously, deep learning surrogates can be applied to a multiplicity of areas of development, from optimizing the aerodynamics of a Formula One car, of a road-going car, to optimizing thermal management for a battery powertrain. There are many applications for new ways of doing engineering, and it is absolutely critical that the Motor Valley is at the very forefront of these type of applications to ensure that our players and our entire ecosystem remains competitive for the years to come. Even when we think about classic cars, innovation is very important. Obviously, we in the Motor Valley generated the great part of the classic cars park in the world. But the availability and cost of having spare parts is a critical aspect and is limiting the survival of many of these vehicles and the value itself of those vehicles. Technology and innovation can come to help by digitizing original drawings, deriving and scanning with 3D scanners the parts, reverse engineering, also through, once again, artificial intelligence, the original parts, and then using new technologies to manufacture those parts and create digital twins of historic cars so that they can be preserved for the generations to come. So once again, innovation can be very effectively applied even to the business of classic cars. And then there's the element of education. There's a famous saying that it takes roughly 10,000 hours of your life to start becoming an expert of something in your life. And when we think about the individual journey of someone from when they're a kid to starting to develop a passion, for example, for motorcycles, to reading and learning and the first riding experiences and the first racing experiences, and then getting in touch with the museums and getting their fingernails dirty in fixing the motorcycle. There's a whole journey. And this whole journey used to be natural in this region more than anywhere else in the world. Where the challenge is, how do we, as Motor Valley and individual players, make it easy for people of the new generations to come and learn how to assemble and disassemble a scooter when they're not allowed, or it's almost technically impossible to do it in real life today? How do we get them close to museums if they live in North America and the museums are here? How do we make sure that knowledge and content is passed to the new generations? And once again, Andreas was mentioning the experiences. There are plenty of experiences, from learning how to drive to bringing customization of luxury and sports cars directly to the final customers, to creating entirely new racetracks and clubhouses for very wealthy customers that want to come and enjoy their experiences. There are many ideas around the world. The Motor Valley has a lot, but it could do still more. And to do more, you need capabilities, and capabilities that will be critical are going to be around digital and software, electronics engineering, chemistry and new materials. Innovation is critical, and innovation is critical because European players in light blue versus American companies in dark blue tend to invest less in R&D. They tend to spend less in absolute terms. They tend to grow less, and they tend to capitalize less. We have structurally, as European, a gap vis-à-vis North America, and the same gap is also true for China. And innovation is identified as the #1 factor that can help us close the competitiveness gap vis-à-vis other areas of the world. And this is true absolutely also for the Motor Valley. Italy, when we look at European statistics of the European Innovation Scoreboard of last year, Italy ranks below average in terms of innovative countries in the world. And when we look at digital, for example, and big data, we have a huge gap to fill. When we look at last year data about graduates in ICT, we are second to last. Enterprises providing extensive ICT training, we are below average, and big data usage is the same. We have gaps to fill. Obviously, this is a challenge that Motor Valley must win. Already, the number of companies, the amazing brands, the amazing capabilities in the region are well known, and the fact that there are investments that will bring to increase these digital capabilities and big data capabilities in the region are absolutely there. And the fact that the Emilia-Romagna, as Mr. Bonaccini was mentioning earlier, is attracting tourists, has a lot of experiential elements around it, are absolutely a great basis to start from. But what we need to remember is that it's time to accelerate and keep accelerating. As much as Italy is ranked by the European Union, the first region in Italy for innovation, it is ranked 101 over 239 regions in Europe. When we compare Emilia-Romagna to other Italian regions, and this is the classification of the European Union, once again, it is clear the strong advantage vis-à-vis other regions. When we compare those to the European average, it's clear that public-private publications and cooperation works very well in this region, but there needs to be a further acceleration in very advanced education, in digitization, and in general in everything that is related to new technologies, AI, and software. And it's very heartwarming that some big changes are happening, as we learned earlier on. So in closing, what is needed to stay ahead? We need to accelerate. We need to accelerate investments. We need to accelerate the mindset. We need to keep innovating, and we're very lucky to have, among others, the Motor Valley Accelerator that represents part of this positive energy, bringing up new companies and new startups. And we need to think structurally at embedding an emotional element in the experiences, in the products, in the services that are provided. Because ultimately, our goals are relatively simple. Preserving emotional mobility and the role of Motor Valley for the next generations, and at the same time, sustain the Motor Valley, its companies, and their economic and societal impact for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Richter. Grazie dei vostri anche spunti.
Thank you for your insights.
All right, so while the slide comes up, we heard a lot about AI over the last year. And today, I want to talk about, in particular, in an environment that's very, very challenging. How do you make AI work now with the available technologies, and how do you get ready for the future? As people, as a society, as businesses, as a region. So let me try a show of hands first. How many, can you raise your hand if you have used AI today? Well, so I see about 40, 50%. I actually think everybody of you today has used AI. If you open your email, the AI has already filtered out all the spam. If you watch a video, it's very likely AI has already recommended you what the next video is to watch, and so on and so on. So AI is actually really built in everywhere already. So AI has been very, very transformative, and so it's also for Google. We've been working over a decade now on making AI at the very, very, very core of what we do, building a lot of models, but also building the principles of responsible AI. And the latest what we have been developing is Gemini. Gemini is the first, what I would call a multimodal model. That means before, you would actually train a model on text, you would train a model on video, and for example, if you would enter a text, can you view this video for me? It then would pass the request over to a model trained on video. That model would the video, pass it back to the other model, that then would explain what it is and translate it back into a natural language. Now, Gemini is actually built and trained on text, video, audio at the same time to make it even more human-like and get closer to how we, as people, interact with videos. So, why don't we put Gemini to the test? And what I want to do with you, I want to watch a video with you, and then we ask Gemini to watch the video for us. So, here is, hope this plays. Yes, and one more, I think.
This video was created in collaboration with Google.
島田彩花です。東京でフォトグラファーをしています。東京にはいろんな顔があって、夜の東京は昼の東京と全く違うと思います。新しいピクセルには動画ブーストって機能があるんですけど、暗いところだと夜景モードが作動して画質がさらに上がるんです。三茶は上京して初めて住んだ思い出の場所なんです。いい感じです。お、綺麗。次は渋谷に来ました。みんなこっち向いて歩き出してかわいいちょっとゆっくりめあ、できて
Alright, so I'm going to stop the video, it's just a bit long. But now what I've done, and I've done this I think a week ago in my Google Cloud Console, I actually uploaded that video to Gemini and asked Gemini to watch the video and answer some questions. So, here we go. You see I uploaded it and I tell Gemini, you're an advertising expert. View this video, summarize its content, tell me at what timestamp the photographer enters Shibuya, and provide suggestions on how to improve this video from an advertiser perspective. So, it's watching the video, takes about, yeah, let's see how long, I think like 15 seconds or so. And yep, here it goes. So it tells you it's an advertising for Pixel phone, video boost feature, night sight features, follows the photo. So yeah, I think it gets very well what it's doing. It tells me that the photographer enters Shibuya at 53 seconds, which is true. But then interestingly, it tells me, what could you do better? Well, you could think about target audience, highlighting more product benefits. What about the call to action here? Music and packaging. Maybe you change the music. What about the storytelling? Social proof testimonials. And some additional ideas. Why not show other nightlife spots? And could you more collaborate with local partners or businesses? And I think that's really great because think about it took us 2 minutes to watch this. It would take us quite some time to come up with these suggestions. It took the AI 13 seconds. So what are other things you could do with this technology? Well, one example is for example, Imagen. You can take a photo of your car and you can have it change the background. So that will actually give you a lot of creativity. You can adapt the background to the customer, the situation, but also it will save you a lot of cost, of course, in not doing so and so many different photo shoots or doing the photo shoot for every model you have available. Another thing is sentiment analysis. So think about YouTube as being the biggest focus group out there in the world. And people put all of the comments under videos that are about your brands and your products. What you can do is you can actually ask the AI to read all of this for you and give you insights of, is this positive, negative, but also maybe you're introducing a new brand or you introduce a new car. did the comments change? Did the sentiment change? About what are people talking now they didn't talk before? And do this as a really, really, really huge scale. And it's not just about reading comments. People post videos. For example, creators, car enthusiasts post videos and say, hey, here's a new car. I tested it. I like this. I didn't like that. This is really cool. This is amazing, awesome, mental, if you're in the UK, for example. And almost all videos have auto-generated captions, which is basically a speech-to-text function. So we can read these at scale and also look at scale what people in videos think about and talk about your brand or your products. Again, think about how long it would take a human to do this and how fast technology can do that. So, we all talked about AI, but let's think about a bit more what makes this happen. So I would like to get your hands up again, please, for the question. If you have a fully developed AI application, what percentage of the code is the AI itself? And is it 90, 50, 20, or 5%? So raise your hand if you think it's 90%. Okay, I see very few hands. If you're 50%, 50%, okay. 20%, yeah. More hands. 5%. Oh, even more hands. Actually, you guys are quite right. It's actually only 5%. Because the majority of the code you need is the machine learning infrastructure to prepare the data, collect it, prepare it, extract the feature, verify it, deploy the model, monitor it, make sure it keeps learning, make sure it doesn't get stale. So if only 5% is the AI, but 95% is the data and AI infrastructure, actually what does it mean for you? I think it's even a good news because, or think about it this way. Every AI out there, or almost every AI, is available for free, or you can buy it. So where is the competitive advantage when everybody has access to the same technology? And I think the competitive advantage is how well you make it work within your business and within your operating model and your technological infrastructure. And I think this is where the real competitive advantage comes from. So, how do you make it work for your business? Let's have a look at another car manufacturer. Let's have the CEO of Mercedes-Benz, Ola Källenius, tell us a bit of how he's been working with Google.
At Mercedes-Benz, we want to offer our customers an exceptional digital experience. That's why we're equipping our cars with high-end computers. Each car should only get better over time, just like a good wine. And with the power of Google Cloud and AI, we will make the user experience even more personalized. Our partnership across Google helps us build more intuitive and customized experiences. Last year, we announced our partnership with Google Maps, and today, more than 3 million customers are using Google Places in their Mercedes cars. And we are applying Google Cloud AI across a number of other use cases, ranging from a smart sales assistant, improving customer service in our call centers, and optimizing our marketing. The sales assistant, for example, helps customers to seamlessly interact with Mercedes when booking a test drive or navigating through Mercedes' offerings to find their next favorite vehicle. And now, we're exploring further opportunities to work with Google Cloud AI, such as next-level navigation features. In addition, we're partnering on one of the most exciting technology topics in our industry, automated driving. This beautiful car right here is equipped with a Level 3 system for conditionally automated driving. We were the first manufacturer to get it certified in Germany, California, and Nevada. For our next generation internal development and test platform, we will use Google Cloud as the backbone, helping us to become even more efficient and flexible in our product development. And Google Cloud's expert knowledge in processing massive amounts of data and scaling AI workloads will ensure that our cars get even more intelligent and AI-driven. Partnering with the very best in their respective fields is an important part of our software strategy, and Google is the perfect example of that. With Google Cloud, Mercedes-Benz is building new ways to deliver the most intelligent vehicles to our customers and to create personalized, intuitive experiences. We're really excited about working together. Thank you for having me.
Well, the thing about this is, it took Mercedes, Mercedes didn't do this like in a day. It took them really a long time, like any other company, to transform into an AI-leading company. And I think the journey is by far not over. We're looking forward to continuing this partnership. But what does this also mean for companies transforming into an AI-first company? And when I talk to OEMs, when I talk to dealer groups, when I talk to platforms and pure players, there are 5 principles that have emerged. And the first one is structure should follow data, process must. Think about data is the fuel for AI. If your business processes are breaking, you will never have the full and right data set to train your AI and to operate it in production. The next thing is also building a thoughtful and impactful AI project portfolio. Please don't go after shiny objects or first evers or whatever. Do what works at scale for your business. Then also acknowledge the nature of AI. It's very iterative. Usually when you launch a model, the first one, you go like, maybe that's not what I want, it could get better. There's a lot of testing, learning, and iterating here. And just be aware that this is the nature of that technology. Then what I would call AI up. I think everybody, both leaders and practitioners, need to have a basic understanding of how the technology works and what it can do for their field of business and responsibility. And last but not least, also strengthen the ecosystem. Make sure all the partners you work with are skilled up in AI. Make sure that the way the incentives are set are built in a way that all parties can work with this in a profitable way long term. So let's give you a few examples of what these principles mean. So talking about prioritizing, for example, AI project. Here's a framework I really like. It works for me. And I would just go across 2 dimensions. I would say ease of implementation and degree of standardization. And the other one is improvement of business objectives and product and service performance. So, is it easy to implement, and does it really drive results? And for ease of implementation, usually the first one you can say always, is there a product where AI is already embedded? But you can just take the product. I think McKinsey has a taker, shaper, maker framework, which I also like a lot. So can you just take an AI that's ready and apply it? Can you use an embedded AI, but that doesn't need any code? So you would just go it and you would easily train it on your data. So you would shape it to your business. Or do you actually need to build something from the scratch? Will you have to make your own model? And then, of course, the sweet spot would be here in the top right here. But sometimes I actually see people doing, I really want to build my own model and do something really, really great without even thinking, is this scalable? Is this really getting my business ahead or not? So think about frameworks like this, for example, when you plan your priorities. Also, for example, in advertising, AI has really transformed this field. If you think about, it used to be the broadcast area, we would invest in space. There were whatever, 100 TV shows, and you wanted your ad to show up in this TV show. Then you would go and say, okay, I'm investing in audiences. Everybody's in the market for a car, I want you to see or click my ad. This gets harder with first-party data, so now you need to go predictive. But you can also go beyond just a click or a view. You can actually tell the AI to optimize your business results. So you say you invest in objectives. You want actions that drive leads and sales, maximizing your profit. Also, think about, before this was very manual. You controlled the input and the algorithm, and the output was the result. For AI, you don't control the algorithm. The algorithm is self-learning. You control the input, you look at the output, you change and iterate. And very often I hear, well, but isn't AI a black box? So here's something actually fun, you can try it yourself. If you go to search for TensorFlow Playground, it's an open site from Google TensorFlow, and you can build your own neural network. So I did it here. Basically what this model does, if I would add another dot here to the right, the area will predict if the dot is going to be blue or orange. And you know, that works pretty well, and you can make the network bigger, you can change the functions, but you would never say, oh, the third neuron in the second layer, I don't like it, I'm manually changing the formula. That's not what you do. And I think that's a good way just to get an intuitive feeling how deep learning works. And this is a small network. The big models have billions of parameters. So also, you know, why do you say, show my car to 23 to 35-year-old women with an interest in sport electric vehicles, when you could just tell the system to, please, sell my car profitably to whoever's interested in it. And for some clients, we see per day our AI is generating more than 50 million different permutations, for example, of search ads here. Something that manually would not be possible anymore. So also, and if you think about how do you break this down into a program? For automotive sales and marketing, I like these 5 building blocks. I say one program around driving leads and sales, one program around building brands and models, one around boosting media assets and getting a better customer experience, which is more a Gen AI question. And then there are 2 foundational layers, which are also important. The technical foundations, the data infrastructure, and the measurement, but also the organizational foundations, the operating model around all of this. And if you see, for example, how Google's products would fit in this, you see that it would be a combination of ads products and cloud products. This is not fully exhaustive, of course, can change. But you also see that it's a lot of different products that come together. And even the bottom layer, there are no products mentioned at all. So this is very much, again, think about how you make it fit for your own organization. So lastly, I think what's really important, I mentioned this, is important to get into AI. Don't be afraid of it. I give you my own example. My own background my academic background is business, economics, and organizational science. I'm not a software engineer. But I started a year and a half ago to dedicate around 4 hours per week into really technical skills around AI. So if I hear it's 10,000 hours to get really good at something, I'm still far in. That means now, still some way to go. But there's also another number that says to learn the basics of any skill, it only takes 20 hours. There's obviously 20 hour and 10,000 hour, and I'm somewhere in between. But there are a lot of great AI training programs. I'm just giving you an example from Google. We have the Cloud Skill Boosts. Here are some of my personal favorites. Of course, this constantly changes. And there are other great platforms offerings too. The most important thing is that you start doing it. And I think this is a bit like a gym subscription, right? I mean, you can go and have a subscription at the best fitness center in town, but if you don't go there and show up and work out, you will never get fit. And I think that's really, really, really important. There's a lot of consistency in small steps. So, to conclude this, you in Emilia-Romagna are an amazing region. You have a history and a strength in engineering. So you have the opportunity to build your own AI ecosystem, to invest into talents, invest into research, into education, into more R&D around it. So I think if you do this right, you can come out of this very, very, very strong. And I'm looking forward to seeing you doing this. Thank you very much. Mille grazie.
Thank you everyone. Grazie davvero a tutti dei vostri spunti, delle vostre analisi. Prego, accomodatevi.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your analysis. Please take your seats. And also thanks for the doubts that have been raised about the acceleration required. And now we want to create an ideal bridge between Piedmont and Emilia-Romagna in the world of luxury. And we'll do this with Stefania Benelli, who's president of Azimut Benetti Group, the first yacht manufacturer worldwide, made in Italy excellence, coming from the industrial vision of Paolo Vitelli, your father, in a region like Piedmont where there's no sea. So obviously this was a great industrial adventure. We are certain that the Motor Valley brand, the luxury brand like yours, have very many things in common to talk about when it comes to this business transformation towards a more sustainable model, and also as a place where you can accelerate technology transfer with the most innovative and sustainable technologies. Tell us about your formula. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for your invitation. Yes, apparently I'm somebody who has nothing to do with Motorfest because I talk about sea rather than road. But I hope very many aspects will match for mutual benefits. So I'll try and tell you what we do, touching on the most important topics today. And given that we are talking about emotional mobility, well, we develop a product which is a means of transport, but where this element of lifestyle and plays a very important role. I'll show you a brief video to take you to this sea world abandoning road for a moment, to then make some comments about it. Okay, so this is what we do. So let's have a look at the main ideas. Obviously, I won't give you the whole history of the company. I'll just comment some important steps. We started in Turin in 1969 with the Azimuth brand. The group is called Azimuth Benetti because then during the 80s, mid-80s, the Benetti brand, one of the historic brands dating back to 1873, is bought by us. So we have the Azimuth Benetti group. Azimuth makes high-performance fast boats, whilst Benetti makes slower boats and goes back to heritage and tradition. But what characterizes the group right from the beginning? My father was a great innovator, one of the greatest pioneers in our industry. I can quote some examples to tell you how much the automotive, and we come from a region, Piedmont, where obviously this impact has been very strong. Well, the automotive has defined some important steps. One of the first commercial successes of Azimuth was in 1977. This boat, which for the first time had an opening roof, and this idea came from cars, of course. Then you see in '88 the Atlantic Challenger, the challenge of crossing the ocean without fueling up. And here we had the strong collaboration with Fiat. Pininfarina designed the boat, and it was a strong and interesting technology exchange. Today we'll talk more about the most current aspect, which is that of electrification of carbon emissions and topics such as this. Well, we import a lot of ideas from the automotive business. Now, this history, Filomena Greco said so earlier on, tells us that we are the biggest nautical private group. In the last 24 years, we've been the first manufacturer in the world of boats above 24 meters length. We closed with 1.3 billion sales this year, and we have about 2,500 employees working for us. We manufacture boats up to 24 meters in Avigliana, in the province of Turin, 40 minutes from Val di Susa, skiing ground. And for bigger boats, we need the sea. So our major production sites are in Tuscany, in Viareggio and Livorno. These results have been the result of strongly believing in R&D. We talked a lot about innovation today, and so I would like to briefly focus on that R&D. We dedicate a specific office at Azimuth Benetti to reduce emissions in yachting in our business. Just a couple of data. Shipping in general, naval shipping also including commercial and mercantile transport, represents about almost 3% of global CO2 emissions, and yachting instead represents 0.46% of that 2.89%. So we're talking about relatively small numbers, but clearly, obviously, we must make an important effort too, and this is a great challenge for us. What are the targets for the International Maritime Organization? Well, these are defined by the IMO, and by 2030 we want to reduce by 40% CO2 emissions, and by 2050 we should get to net zero, where the comparison is 2008. So versus 2008. So what do we do? Well, in this slide, I wanted to stress the term today, because in our industry, as in many, I guess, this idea of showing everybody that you are obtaining results when it comes to sustainability led people to talk about, future technologies where you sell the dream of what will come, whilst instead we want to be real and we want to really focus on what we have today, of what can be done today and the difference that can be made today. So there are three main chapters in our industry to make a difference today. Hulls, the efficiency of hulls, which is extremely important because obviously hydrodynamics are very important, and the weight and propulsions. I would briefly talk about these As for the hulls, it is intuitive. I mean, together with the wind tunnel, because we also deal with that, the submerged part, which in nautical terms, it's what is really lively in the boat, led us to focus our research and development department on this chapter, to the extent that some of our best hulls have become patents. Our principle is, given the type of boat you're developing, then you have to develop a specific hull. We don't share the principles of other colleagues of using always the same hull by changing the overstructure, because this does not guarantee best possible efficiency levels. Second important chapter, the weight. The weight for us means carbon. Carbon we have been using in the last 20 years, not to provide a higher level of performance, but to make our boats lighter. This means that with the same size, we reduce the installed power. With carbon, you can make the difference. You can also reduce the weight by 30%, and this obviously transforms itself into efficiency. And moreover, this reduction takes place on the overstructure, on the upper part of the boat, and so this has an impact on stability. We believed so much in carbon that we invested a lot of money to internalize the production of carbon in Avigliana. We also have an oven to post-cure the production of carbon. It's a furnace, and you see this image. We can produce more than 20-meter length components in carbon. And this is something unique in our business, because compared to vetro resin, carbon costs 30% more, which we do not transfer into the end customer, but which we have instead translated into production efficiency. And then propulsions, the third point. Propulsions in our business means two important chapters. Electrification on the one hand, and here we've been pioneers, especially in Benetti. I'll show you some images in more detail here, in launching electric, diesel, and hybrid engine experiments. And then we've adopted this object, which is called POD, P-O-D, and having an engine and propulsion connected in a stable manner, this makes efficiency and maneuverability much higher. What did this lead to? What have we reached today? Well, the Azimut brand, as I was saying, fast hulls, planing hulls, in the last 10 years has coined a group of models which are now called low-emission yachts, with the aim of being at least 20% less consuming than similar boats coming from the competition. We have more than 500 models today with these features, and now obviously the bar is going to be raised further, and I will tell you how. Now, as for Benetti, I was saying that we started installing complex systems. We've developed, together with Siemens Energy, for 37 meters, a system which led to very interesting results, which is now being tested. These are test data that leads to minus 24% in terms of CO2 emissions a year, plus minus 85% of NO2 emissions a year. And this is the biggest hybrid yacht, 108 meters by Benetti. As you do, we are also dealing with fuels, and we are analyzing alternative fuels. Now, this easy diagram allows us to understand that the main issue is that of density. I leave aside production and distribution, which is another issue, of course, and that even comes before. That means we're renouncing the gym, the swimming pool, everything you've seen before, to install the batteries, to move towards other types of fuels that occupy much more space than traditional diesel.
Non vi tengo una lezione perché la saprete già molto bene che per arrivare veramente alla neutralità idrogeno e metanolo richiedono di essere veramente cioè green, altrimenti il loro effetto è ulteriormente peggiorativo rispetto
Otherwise, it's pointless to use them. And we have made a choice, HVO. We are the first group that entered into an agreement with ENI to use this fuel in all our applications. HVO, hydrotreated vegetable oil, is a drop-in fuel. No adjustment is needed technology-wise. We just adjusted some piping after a test. We have taken care of distribution in all shipyards, and the next step would be promoting distribution all over Italy. That's a topic we are passionate about as a group. How can we measure this kind of consumption? Each shipyard has its own measurement methods. It depends on several criteria. So you give us food for thought, because we are trying to implement some key principles. A test drive should be based on preset rules in terms of weight, wind, and so on and so forth. And there should be a third-party assessor that is neutral. As a group, we have promoted C-index. This is an index that measures efficiency of ships together with Lloyd's, which is the certified body, and the Monte Carlo Yacht Club. So, what are we going to do next? We are going to combine this know-how in order to make the difference, not just for specific ships, but how can we make the difference so that this technology is widely available. CDAC is our latest challenge. It's got the most efficient hull. We use carbon up to 40%, and this is a lightweight ship, not only because we use carbon, but because we use cork as well. So cork is replacing teak. Cork is greener because no trees are cut, we only use the bark. And then solar panel for an electric tender, and hybrid propulsion starting from 60 feet. And this is the first installation of this EPS system that we have developed with Volvo. And then power manager is key. A high amount of energy is used on board, not only when the ship is moving, but when the ship is at the port, because of air conditioning and lighting systems. What do we do in terms of AI? Three main chapters. First of all, we use predictive AI in order to ensure collision avoidance. There are radars, automatic pilots, but there might be different obstacles, submerged or not, and then it's quite difficult to tell a piece of wood from a moving wave. So we are using different probes to ensure object tracking and identification. Autopilot is used to move the ship, to steer the ship. We do not have any braking system, we do not have any other security system, so ships should be steered quite quickly. There's another chapter, engineering. Every new model is developed with virtual reality because of the space which is available in our shipyards. So in terms of engineering, we have worked together with the University of Genoa. We have developed the first propeller, and based on specific preset targets, the AI system helps us understand what the displacement is and how the propeller should rotate. Next steps, hull. A good hull depends on a good weight distribution. What is the issue here? As for propellers, we do have standard data, but for hulls, we have customized data. How can I protect my data from any data breaches? Because this is our internal know-how. I'd like to show you another video. Google was mentioned. L'automazione in mare con Azimuth, grazie ad un'applicazione unificata che consente di gestire tutto da un solo punto di partenza. Si può utilizzare uno smartphone per settare, per esempio, la temperatura interna che voglio.
When you're on board, you can get things done using voice commands. You can also set the temperature independently for each of the 6 zones. Okay, Google, turn on the saloon lights.
All right, turning the saloon lights on.
And just like that, we can turn on any of the lighting zones on board from the sofa. For your convenience, all of the TVs on board have been integrated with Chromecast systems. Okay, Google, turn on the cockpit lights.
Got it, turning on the cockpit lights.
To have so many different systems from different suppliers integrated into one app and a home automation service is just incredible. It gives you unlimited possibilities for increasing comfort on board.
This app is great. It concerns domotics. We have developed together with Google. It sounds banal, this is what we have at home, but these hadn't existed on ships. So what about our next steps? Hydraulic actuators, for instance. I could open the door, I could turn on the AC, turn on the lighting, and I can move different elements on board. And security is key from this point of view, so I need to ensure that no one is in front of the door before activating it. And then we'd like to embed Power Manager into the app so that I can understand how power is managed and what the battery residual shelf life is. So this is a brief overview of what we do. I think that I managed to stick to the timing. Well, a bit late, but you were great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your insights. You gave us important food for thought. Andrea Casalucci, CEO of Pirelli. Pirelli is one of the Italian champions in the supply chain in the automotive industry, and you work in the field in terms of sustainability, in terms of sourcing proper raw materials, tire regeneration. These are very interesting elements. And in terms of high-performance tires, you play a very important role in this industry.
Thank you. Thank you for your invitation, and thanks for the opportunity you gave us to tell you about the extraordinary moment the automotive is going through, a moment of change, and how we think that if we will be able to manage this together in the most effective manner with the right speed, the two major transformations that are driving the changes in automotive, which in our opinion are the transformation of sustainability and the transformation and the digital transformation, then we will really be able in Italy to transform this moment of change into a huge opportunity for the future. Before telling you about this, I ask you to watch this video to see who Pirelli is, and we'll do this through a video.
I've been waiting for. And I'm gonna change. And I'm gonna change. I know we can't give up. No matter how hard we try. And I'm gonna change. And I'm gonna change. I know we can't give up. No matter how hard we try. No matter how hard we try.
Okay, so this is our way of interpreting the emotional mobility Michele Bartoncello and our McKinsey friends talk about. 152 years of history. Pirelli was in 1872, and in the last 20 years, it repositioned itself, becoming world leader in the tire business, in the sector of high and very high range. A prestige vehicle out of two mounts Pirelli tires. For us, it's important to be here because we are at the very heart of our most important customers. Presence in motorsports in more than 350 competitions per year. Motorsport for us, which is not just the very important experience in Formula One that started in 2011, but it's also MotoGP 2, GP3, and Superbike. More than 350 competitions in the world. And an important market in vehicle, but it is also an open sky lab where we can experiment innovative technologies that we then transform in our daily activities. Our presence is in 18 plants, 16 different countries, 31,000 employees all over the world. Now, this is Pirelli today, and we see how we interpret this moment and what are the major and most important and significant trends today in the automotive and in the tire business. 5% of year-on-year growth for the next 6-7 years. This is our forecast in our industry, the world of prestige and premium tires. So we are in the right segment. Motor Valley, our experience tells us that this is a segment that will keep on growing. But at the same time, this will be impacted by some trends that will define its growth path. The first and most important one has to do with sustainability. We estimated that 80% of consumers, of end users, consider sustainability important when they buy new cars. So we will be more and more measured and assessed on our capability of developing quality and performance products, but also on our capability as a brand and as a company to guarantee the highest possible level of sustainability for the society in which we work. 96% of premium and prestige OEMs, EU mainly, set net zero targets by 2040 or 2050. So we as suppliers have the obligation and duty to accompany you along this path by moving faster. Then electrification. We know that we're going through a slowdown period, but for us, it remains maybe not the only solution for the future for sustainable mobility, but the most important one. And we keep seeing that 80% of our new homologations by 2030 in our reference segments will be electric cars, electric vehicles. Last but not least, connectivity. 60% of the car park, i.e. not new homologations, but of the whole car park by 2030 will be represented by connected vehicles. So these are the important trends that will impact the change in the automotive business and which we consider driving a sustainable and digital transformation of our company. In just a few minutes, I'll try and tell you how we are organizing things at Pirelli. Now, first and foremost, our sustainability strategy is very important for our business plan. We want to keep being premium and prestige global leaders, but we also want to be the reference points in the tire and automotive businesses when it comes to sustainable transition. We do so with a very real plan, a very real strategy based on 4 pillars: climate, support to climate change and reduction of CO2 emissions, then aspects connected with nature and materials used to manufacture our tires, our products, then people and products. Let's move through these 4 main pillars very briefly. Climate, well, it can be summarized into one basic target, come to net zero by 2040. And to get there, we will go through carbon neutrality by 2030. What does it mean? Well, carbon neutrality by 2030 means that we need, as Pirelli, in our factories and through the energy we buy to allow our industrial system to work, reduce CO2 emissions by 80% compared to 2018, which is the reference year. To do so, we obviously started already, and we shall see later on that we have very real projects about this. But this is an intermediary step. The final target is net zero by 2040. So in 2040, we should reduce CO2 emissions by 90% compared to 2018. And this not just in our industrial system, but also in that of our suppliers we refer to, involving the upstream scope 3. So this is a very complex path, but I think it is part of the responsibility of multinationals that are often, leaders in the supply chain of suppliers. So it's up to us to drive this strategy and help smaller and less structured companies to follow along. And to do this, we have more than 90 projects to reduce emissions inside the company, and those have to do with lighting, to electrification of all different activities. We are transforming our curing process to manufacture tires. The one that uses up more energy is the part that has to do with curing. We're moving from to electric curing machines. And we are involving all our suppliers, starting from the most polluting ones, let's say, those that have a highest responsibility in the emissions of CO2 along this path, defining with them some very specific targets. From 2025 onwards, 100% of the electric energy we will use will come from renewables. Then let's move to the second pillar, nature. When we manufacture tires, we use different elements. Maybe the most impacting one is natural rubber. Natural rubber comes from forests. So the first responsibility we have as manufacturers is to work so as to guarantee sustainability of procurement of natural rubber, guaranteeing these forests are regenerated, are not damaged, and that all people working for natural rubber have their rights respected and their social and economic responsibility, sustainability respected. We're not a verticalized company. We don't have these forests, and we use a non-profit organization, FSC, which is well known and works for the protection of forests for wood, paper, etc., for many sectors. Well, we were the first to involve them and the first to introduce in 2021 a tire with this branding, guaranteed by third parties in terms of sustainability. Formula One has 100% of tires branded or marked like this, and Stefano Domenicali was telling us before how important this is for Formula One and for motorsport. From 2026, we count that 100% of European production will use this type of rubber. 60% water withdrawal, less, and this is a target all companies are setting for themselves. And then we want to guarantee biodiversity through designing new products respecting all biodiversity metrics. Let's move to the third pillar, which involves us all, people. A multinational works in contact with people everywhere, not just with its own colleagues and our employees, but clearly with all the stakeholders, the suppliers, the customers, the community, society in which it operates and in which our warehouses and factories are placed. Obviously, we have a plan here too, which moves in the direction of integrating all the different stakeholders. Now, I'm just focusing for 1 minute on what is the first and most important part of this all, that has to do with our employees, our colleagues. Here too, we try to translate everything into a proper plan with numeric targets that are part of the incentives of the whole management of the company and that concern different parameters, the most important of which are here: occupational safety. We measure the accident rate, and we've reduced by 65% the accident rate in the last 5 years. We are the company in the tire business with the highest level of safety, but we're not satisfied because our ambition is to come down to 0 accidents. And so the path is moving in this direction, and our plans obviously must allow us to reach such targets in the next few years. We want to reach more than 33% of women in management. This is a path that we have already started. We have a gap to be filled. We know that. We want to keep a strong engagement of our colleagues, so we want them to be enthusiastic to be part of our company and of working for Pirelli. We want to reach a level above 80%, and we measure this with internal surveys on a yearly basis with all our employees. And another point that's fundamental for a company that wants to be a technology leader, we invest a lot in training and in the development of new skills. And this is an extraordinary moment because that's the moment in which we want to create new skills, especially digital skills and those connected to sustainable transition. I'm moving to the last pillar, products, the heart of what we do, what we are present on the market with cars all over the world. In 2023, we've launched the ultra-high performance product of the P0 family, which is a flagship in the tire industry today. It's a benchmark in terms of sustainability criteria because P0E has more than 55% of bio-based and recycled materials coming from natural sources or recycled. This is a tire that reached Class A in terms of rolling resistance, so it contributes to reducing emissions of a vehicle when it moves. So rolling resistance, that's very, very low, but at the same time it kept Class A in terms of safety, so it allows to brake in line with the highest safety standards. For people manufacturing tires, this is a real challenge: improve rolling resistance, which somehow means reducing attrition and energy dispersion without sacrificing anything in terms of safety. So we define this methodology inside our R&D as eco and safety design. Besides this, the product, the P0E product, for 1,000 kilometers emits 42% less compared to the previous generation of tires. So we don't just have CO2 emissions coming from exhaust gases, but we also have emissions coming from the wearing of the tires. So this is a huge challenge the industry has to support sustainability for our customers, which is to use and consume less material given the same number of kilometers driven. All this obviously is our flagship product, a beautiful visiting card, which is already available on the market. It can be bought. But our real challenge is to transform this flagship product into a roadmap that will involve 100% of our production. In this chart, you see all the materials we use and how we work to transform those into bio-based and recycled materials. The majority of the components of tires must be transformed into bio-based and recycled materials. And you see in the curve below how this will be reflected into 100% of our productions in the next few years. So basically, what today is our flagship, 55% of P0E, and 23%. If we look at the total of our production, it's just 23, but we want to reach 40% by 2030, and the flagship in the meantime will be above 80%. Why is it that the flagship is important? It's like for motorsport, it's like being side by side with the most important prestige car manufacturers in the world. We learn the technological challenge in these environments is huge. We have the highest levels of performance for a vehicle and for a tire. And this is an extraordinary vehicle to position our brand, but mainly to learn and transfer such experience into everyday activities at Pirelli. Sustainability doesn't just go through materials, CO2 emissions, and everything we've seen in our sustainability journey, but it also looks at the world of connectivity and of digital transformation. As I said before, 60% of the car park by 2030 will be connected. The tire can play an important role in this. It can be, a protagonist in this. Until today, we've been used to looking at tires as an important tool or means to transfer forces from the vehicle to the road. Power is nothing without control is a beautiful expression for us to say that a very beautiful and powerful car that doesn't have the shoes, the contact point with the road, cannot really express its full power. Tomorrow, and tomorrow is already today, tires will become something more, not just a tool to convey forces onto the road, but also a tool to collect data from the driving experience you might have on a daily basis. What kind of data? Well, first, the identity card of a tire. Am I winter, four seasons, summer, Pirelli, better? Or am I from another manufacturer? Am I used? Am I new? Am I at the end of my life cycle? But also connected to the driving conditions. The road, is it dry, is it wet, the temperature, is it below zero, above zero outside, and also the style of driving of the driver. Now, all this information is then processed by algorithms and become the protagonists of the dynamics of the vehicle. So at this point, the tires becomes the protagonist in the driving experience and also in the safety experience of the driver. And once again, also in the experience that has to do with sustainability, because it provides information about predictive maintenance to consumers, and it is also capable of optimizing the tire consumption, the tire wear, and the tire performance throughout its life cycle. I've tried to summarize the sustainable transformation of Pirelli and also the digital transformation, not so much of Pirelli, but of the tire product inside our journey. The results, as usual, are worth if they are recognizable and certified by third parties. And this is what happens, exactly what happens on a yearly basis, because every year we're confirmed by the major sustainability indices in the world represented here. These are the most prestigious ones as a point of reference inside the tire business when it comes to sustainable transition. And more so, we will be in our digitalization and connectivity of our products transition. I close by saying, looking at the widest context of the automotive business in which we operate, I close by saying that it's an important change moment that opens up extraordinary opportunities for all of us. But to exploit such a moment, sustainable transition is not just a duty and an obligation for those who have the honor and burden of managing important companies to make society and the world better for those who will come after us. This is a fact. But it is also an extraordinary opportunity to create a competitive advantage. And for people operating in prestige and premium, like all of us, this is even more important because all of us must become, in our specific businesses, the reference point for sustainable transition. And there's only one way to do so. It's been said by everybody. There's a common denominator here, which is innovation. We need to invest in innovation, and we need to actually allow all SMEs cooperating with us to do the same, because they might be smaller and they might have some delay, but they will have to go through innovation too. If we will be able to do so with our technology and with our Made in Italy, we will always be at the summit of the world automotive business. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, champions, 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 thank you so much. I'll see you next time. I'm going to give the floor to our last keynote speaker. He's from Bosch, one of the leading players for spare parts for the automotive industry in Europe. Mr. Johannes Jürgen Ruger is the president of Bosch Engineering. So he's in charge of the engineering business in this very important player. The floor is yours.
Explain how artificial intelligence is changing your business model, your production in Bosch, and I think we will see an application important for cars made in Motor Valley. Yeah?
That's true.
Okay, prego.
Mille grazie. Signore e signori, grande piacere.
It's a pleasure for me to be here with you today. I'm here to talk as part of this prestigious event, but of course I'm going to speak English now.
Well, I'm here for the third time in a row, and it's a great pleasure and honor to be invited again. Last 2 years I talked about software-defined vehicles, and last time about hydrogen-powered internal combustion engine vehicles, and that is still important. For example, we heard about hydrogen as a zero-emission or potential zero-emission fuel, and sustainability, of course, is core of what we all need to do. We heard from in the Pirelli presentation as well, just before. So that is still on the top of the list, but today I'm going to talk about something like AI, which even touches more than just the mobility sector and has impact on many things, many aspects of our lives. And that's why I'm really excited to give you some impulses where we at Bosch see AI being really important and making the biggest impact in going into the future. Before I take you on this journey, particularly with automotive, let's have a look at a survey that we commissioned at Bosch just end of last year. So what do people actually expect from AI? You can see that here, 73% consider generative AI as important, at least as important as the rise of the internet. And I mean, with the experience we have now with the internet, that's a statement. And 64% believes that generative AI is the most important technology of the future. And that survey was commissioned not just in Germany, but worldwide, ranging from Brazil and North America, via Europe to India and China. So that's the whole view of the world on if it comes to AI in general. Now, the next view would be AI in the mobility sector. And in terms of that, you see here increased safety, lower fuel consumption, longer range, easier and stress-free parking, still obviously a problem to many people, improved driver experience, and so forth. So many of those topics are all around driver assistant. And I will come to that point later on in my presentation. But if you look at AI in general, this is nothing new. Honestly, I can tell you more than 25 years ago when I did my PhD thesis, we did neural network learning, we did machine learning. That is not really new, so the big question for me, or for many people I believe, is what has changed just recently that AI now takes off? Well, first of all, we have seen in presentations by Google, for example, before, that AI has capabilities that go beyond what humans can do. To analyze a video in 13 seconds, nothing we can do as humans. Pattern recognition, language recognition, AI is better than human beings are, not in all aspects, of course, but in those two categories. And a crucial role here play foundation models, which are a prerequisite, the most important prerequisite to AI. And to understand that, maybe go back in time a little bit when machine learning was just another kind of term for AI. Traditional machine learning models require a large amount of labeled data. We know that, for example, from the driver assistance functionality where we have labeled data. We will come to that later on in my presentation when we look at an example. So typically we have data labeled. We try to recognize, for example, traffic signs or cars, people on the street and so forth, and draw conclusions from that. So that is specific domain knowledge, limited adaptability, and consists of a collection of mathematical methods and pattern recognition, basically. Foundation models, though, are based on extensive prediction, and that's what's important. Predicting the future using data and knowledge based on unlabeled data, pre-trained, can be used for a variety of tasks and allow much faster development and deployment of functionalities. And that is specifically important if you remember, again, 2 years ago when we talked about software-defined vehicles. They are based on a different type of development pattern, if you will. Instead of the usual V-type development, and then development basically is done with the SOP unless there's a problem in the field. DevOps cycle development means continuous learning, and now having an algorithm which is highly capable and allows easier deployment of functionalities in combination with a development paradigm that exactly based on that offers huge amount of possibilities for the future. And that, of course, generates lots of data that we can use and share with our partners, and you do that in order to even develop further, faster, and better into the future. Before I will go into AI in automotive a little bit deeper, I give you an overview that we at Bosch are using AI in other parts of our businesses too. So many of you probably know that Bosch is not just doing automotive stuff, but also consumer goods and beyond. You see here some topics that might surprise you, like healthcare solutions and smart city energy management and so forth. So what we are doing at Bosch is that we are using and trying to build AI in different type of products and different type of activities along the production process. For example, if it comes to hardware manufacturing, AI-based image recognition has a far better chance to catch defects in the production process than any human being can do. So the typical performance of a human being doing that visually is between 70 and 90% at the best. A full-trained generative AI approach can reach almost up to 100%. And that's, of course, what counts and what we want to achieve. In healthcare, actually 2/3 of clinical diagnostics are done manually by pathologists looking basically through a microscope. And the result, of course, depends highly on the skills and expertise of those people and experience. If you do that with generative AI, the results are more reliable, are at the top of what a human being can achieve, and overall and in average surpass what a human being can actually do. Now, let's go to automotive. And I mentioned this DevOps cycle before, the continuous development, starting with the development in the pre-SOP phase, and you've got the deployment. You are in the post-SOP phase, where actually the product is in the field and you generate information, and then that goes back and the next development step or development loop is being done. So if you look at that, now we can ask ourselves, in the development process basically, where can we use AI or generative AI in order to be more efficient? We heard before in the McKinsey presentation that we can reduce the development effort in coding, and I would like to give you a very concrete example, because I mean, we are always talking about headlines, but I would like to give you an example how that can be built in actually an algorithm into a tool that can deliver results and can be used by developers. So every DevOps cycle starts basically with a requirement. So the first step of an engineer is he wants to build something, he wants to innovate something, he wants to do something new. And of course, he has something in mind, an idea, and that's what I mean with requirement. So in automotive, though, if we're talking about a full vehicle development, it's of course not just one requirement, but we are talking about thousands and thousands of requirements. Honestly, sometimes the requirements we receive from our customers, even the big ones, are contradictory, are not 100% clear, not precise in all aspects. And they are numerous, and it's really difficult for an engineer and for a developer on the supplier side, for example, to go through all these requirements and find out what the topics are which are not clear, which need to be done more precisely or changed actually because they are contradictory requirements. So what we have done is at Bosch Engineering, we are using a AI-based tool to analyze actually requirements. And we will see that on behalf of a very easy example on the next slides. And finally, the algorithm, we will see that, returns with a recommendation what needs to be done. Actually, your requirement needs to be essential, specific, understandable, of course, otherwise you can't implement it. It needs to be precise, so you need to understand what needs to be done. There shouldn't be an room for interpretation, because that leads to development cycles, and that is something which costs us time and money, of course. It needs to be feasible and verifiable, because eventually you want to test it, whether it works or not. So the AI-based solution performs multiple checks that you see here. If you look at the requirement, obviously the sports car and so forth, you can read it yourself. Overtaking by 300 kilometers per hour is not exactly what you should do. On a right highway lane, particularly not. And this is not just to show that, okay, you are capable of doing that, and let's see whether the algorithm does it as well. But I wanted to have a very simple example so that it's clear what the mechanism does. So a human being would say, well, this is not actually what I expect, and would return with that message to the developer. Now, consider you've got thousands and thousands of those requirements, then it becomes more difficult. Now, the algorithm does first a semantic check and comes back here with a message in terms of language, safety, and legality. That in our case here, there's no safety or legal consideration mentioned. So maybe taking over by 300 kilometers per hour is not a good idea if you are not in Germany and on certain routes. There you may be able to do that. But in the rest of Europe, you shouldn't. Next step is a structural check. Gives feedback on grammar and sentence structure. Is it all clear? For example, here multiple objects are found which have no clear condition under which they shall be applied. Next step, a third step, would be a recommendation for an improvement. So here clarify what is meant by active overtake assistant and how it will work in practice and so forth. So the AI basically gives a recommendation what needs to be done. Again, a very simple example. And finally, the user, the engineer who had the innovation in mind needs, of course, to check the requirement and rephrase the requirement so that it's clear, precise, verifiable, and so forth for the implementer. Sounds, of course, easy, as I mentioned before. If you look at just this one simple requirement, if it comes to thousands and thousands of more complex requirements, it becomes more complex. And that's what I wanted to show you. We have AI-based algorithms that can actually do that. Now, if we have clarified in the first step with the developer the requirements, the next step would be the implementation. If it comes to implementation, it all starts, as we have discussed before, with the idea and the description. That's basically the requirement. And now we would like to develop code automatically based on a natural language description of the requirement. ITER's a 100% Bosch-owned company has developed an algorithm and tool that actually exactly does this here. And it returns basically with test cases, documentation, and so forth as well. So consider what you see here. You've got the requirement when the driver door is open, move the driver seat to the back and fade the interior lights to blue. Once the driver door is closed, move the driver's seat to the front and switch the interior lights off. Not that complicated, but normally that would need to be transferred to a code developer. A code developer would do a C code development, and then finally it would be deployed to the system. What is here is only based on that verbal description of the functionality. The functionality, the tool actually returns with the code that you see on the right in a second. It goes in loops, of course, here. Because I couldn't speak that fast. So you see the code over there. The code is checked. And finally, there's a 3D model displayed here in order to show whether what is happening and what is implemented and deployed to the vehicle is exactly what you wanted it to be. If that's not the case, you go back, you rephrase basically on natural language level, you rephrase your requirement, and then you redo it all again. What's the benefit? Well, obviously, no deep code development skills needed. So that, of course, has an influence on the capabilities of our people, our engineers. The engineers can concentrate basically on developing things and not so much on the implementation on a deeper level, which I believe is good. It's an easier deployment. Of course, you need to have a connection to the vehicle in order to deploy it. And you've got a quick reference, and you can verify basically the functionality. Again, a very easy example in this case. I'm not saying each and every requirement can be implemented like this here. Of course, it depends. If it's a time-critical embedded software functionality for an injection system, for a braking system, that's not going to work today, but maybe tomorrow. So we see basically that more and more of those things can be done automatically in the future. So numerous other examples exist for that as well, where basically AI can be used in order to improve the development process. One of that I will come to later on. So now we talked about the development process, but the next question would be, what can AI do basically in order to improve the functionality of the product itself? And remember, at the beginning of my presentation, I talked about the expectation of people when it comes to AI in automotive, and people had in mind driver assistance. We heard from Ola Kalenius, level 3 automation, maybe going further in the next step, so more automated features in a vehicle. Driver assistance on a certain level is something, of course, people appreciate, but current functionality is not enough. And I would like to give you an example for that and tell you why that's basically the case. Well, first of all, imagine AI could see the world like we do. Today's AI is somehow limited because AI looks at the world in a way you see in the picture on the right. Boxes representing certain classes of objects like cars, bicyclists. There could be traffic signs, could be people walking on the sidewalk, and so forth. But AI has no real understanding. Today's ADAS systems have no real understanding of the context. So under which condition these objects are operating, and do I need to draw conclusions in order to what's going to happen next, and do I have to react on that? And here foundations models come into play because they provide a better understanding of corner cases, and that's exactly what happens next case or question is. Well, the analysis of image material by trained models based on countless labeled data, that what we are doing today, or basically the development today is based on, like in the picture on the right, is not new. What is new is basically the approach of enabling AI to draw conclusions based on patterns, and identify trends in data, and making predictions about the future. And that's what's important. And that can be life-saving, and I will give you one example for that. Imagine such a situation here, nothing new to all of us, driving in an urban area, dense parking situation, a ball comes on the street from the right, and by itself, for a driver assistance functionality, nothing specific, not dangerous, nothing at all. As humans, we would use our contextual knowledge and would say, well, maybe a kid comes behind, because that's what typically happens with the ball. The ball doesn't come by itself, so there's something initiating the ball coming from the right, and maybe then, all of a sudden, you would have a very dangerous situation. And that's exactly what the next level of ADAS system will provide. A predictive AI will enable vehicles to assess such situations in future and react accordingly, and thus act more human-like and protect better road users. Technically, of course, it requires that model distillation, because an extensive computer-based model needs to be condensed so that it can be transferred from the cloud to the vehicle. So that's some effort to be done, but basically that's what we have to expect in the future. Now let's come to one last example, which is probably a little bit more or in addition to the last one, very much at the heart of people working here for our dear customers in Motor Valley. Imagine some of your customers, your end customers, and we talked about that earlier in the presentation. Some of your end customers want to drive on a racetrack. Unfortunately, the most wealthiest people are not the ones with the highest motorsport skills. And that means a situation where somebody runs on a racetrack without the proper skills and capabilities, that can become a costly, maybe not a problem, but a dangerous situation. So what we have done, and we touched that as a headline in a previous presentation, but here we have done the functionality and are implementing the functionality of an application suite that practically supports the driver on a track, and we call that Bosch Engineering Application Suite for Track Driving. So what does this functionality does? Basically, the application compares a driven trajectory with an AI-generated ideal driveline. And by understanding the vehicle dynamics, influence of tires, suspension, drivetrain drag, downforce, and so forth, we can calculate basically online the maximum speed possible and profile for the driver, taking into consideration the capabilities of the driver that he has proven. And based on that model, we can define the ideal brake points, and we can guide basically the driver step by step towards a better performance. Not saying that everybody will end up as a Formula One driver, that's certainly not the case, but guiding that person step by step to his personal maximum performance. And I would say that's not just a teacher, it's more like a guardian combining safety and performance in one step. So we will present that functionality in a customer event in fall 2024, where we celebrate 25 years of Bosch Engineering. And by the way, that's a good point in time to say that we are celebrating 10 years of Bosch Engineering in Italy this year too. So let me come to an end. Again, you've seen some examples where AI can play a major role in order to make us more efficient in the development process, can provide better functionalities in the future to cars, make us all more safe, more capable on a racetrack, for example. What it requires is that we understand AI as a transformative power and not just as something which is a danger to today's jobs, for example. You may not need as many code developers as you needed so far. That's clear, but people need to embrace that technology in order to be even better and provide even more and better support for all of us in the future. And we at BEG, we are ready to do that together with our customers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mille grazie.
Thank you, Mr. Ruger. Grazie, grazie davvero.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. And now we are ready to welcome, please go ahead. We are welcoming our CEO and top managers. We launch a video and we'll prepare the stage for them.
Where we come from, speed is in the air. It is a magical place where wonder mixes with technology, passion with engineering, genius with madness. A unique Italian region with 6 brands, 4 racing circuits, 13 museums, 19 collectors, 8 excellence education institutions, and 188 motorsport teams. There is no other place in the world like here. Welcome to the land where speed was born. Welcome to Motor Valley.
Eccoci. Allora,
And here we are.
davvero, non c'è nessun altro posto al mondo.
There's no other place in the world like this. We're really unique. Okay, so now I ask Claudio Domenicali, CEO of Ducati Motor Holding, Giovanni Perosino, Chief Marketing and Communication Officer for Maserati, Christopher Pagani, Marketing Director for Pagani Cars, and then Andrea Pontremoli, CEO Dallara, please. Davide Abate, Chief Technologist Officer and Infrastructure Officer for Ferrari. Livia Cevolini, CEO of Energica Motor Company. Livia, it's just 2 of us on stage, so let's be strong. And Umberto Tossini, Chief People and Cultural Officer, member of the Board of Management of Lamborghini. And there we are. Well, I've never chaired such an interesting roundtable. I'm really glad. Now, Mr. Domenicali, I start with you. Sustainability, technology, okay, that's fine. We've heard about the gaps Italy and Europe must try and fill quickly. But then we need to offer a dream to fans and make that dream be very lively. So can you tell us about your formula when it comes to dreams and when it comes to racing tracks? Well, first of all, good morning, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for this wonderful introduction. Well, true, yes. I think Motor Valley really is unique, and companies that are here today with us perceive this positioning, each with its own specificities and differences. And the dream is obviously a very strong component for all of us. I mean, some presentations talked about emotional mobility, and talk about mobility is obviously misleading, because these are products very few people use, but that are extremely cool. So this, can be the real theme for which we meet, and all what we've seen in the previous presentations are great stimuli, because this positive situation of today, because many of the brands that are here today have a positive situation, maybe some are in a bit more of a complex period, but world is always complicated. So how can we transfer all this to the future, given the challenges, given the environmental transition, artificial intelligence, digitalization? Because basically what we've heard today is that the key is innovation. And I think this is a concept that can be shared by all of us. The companies in this territory are all innovation champions, one way or another, each of which with its own specificities, once again, because obviously they invest in research and development much more than the average companies do. And the percentage of the sales invested is a necessary but not sufficient condition in engineering terms, because obviously without these kinds of investments, you don't go anywhere. But then obviously the big difference is made by your capability to interpret in which direction you need to move thanks to these investments. So how to intercept the dreams of the future. People talked about customers changing, customer moving, customer being younger. So I think this is basically the challenge each of us is trying to interpret and to tackle. And so I think that, this moments such as this are going to be important because they take us out from our daily job, where there are always too many things to do, and allow you to ponder, which is something useful, I guess. Yes, because obviously emotions and passion, is difficult to be included into a business plan. It's difficult to translate that formula, but you are extraordinary, and this district is extraordinary right for this. Mr. Perosino, we are going through a phase in which very few players have a very focused business model, given what is happening, both in terms of what's happening in the change of technologies and what's happening in a global level. Maserati has built its heritage on electric vehicles, and it has embraced the electric revolution by lengthening its business plan to better understand this whole process, which is very important, especially for a prestige player that make people dream as you do. Can you tell us about Maserati's vision when it comes to electricity and electrical mobility? Yes, sure. Good morning, everybody. We have 110 years of heritage, so we've seen very many moments in which innovation has been of paramount importance, and we're not worried. For us, innovation is something as like a wave that comes every now and then, and you have to surf it. You have to surf that wave. We have a certain seniority because we've been surfing waves for 110 years, and we'll keep doing so, I guess. I think I mean, this morning we've seen very interesting things. I very much liked McKinsey's line saying that innovation is there to preserve emotional mobility. I think that here in the Motor Valley, we live out of emotional mobility. I always state that
they don't need our car.
customers don't need our cars, but rather they deserve our cars. They deserve them. They don't need them. They don't need our wonderful Motor Valley products, but they deserve them. And when it comes to innovation, well, we know that the future is there. As Stefano Domenicali says, e-mobility is one of the future chances, and we obviously strongly believe in it. But we have to see with which speed we need to get there. We like to think that the prestige customer wants to keep on choosing, so we have different alternatives. We have combustion engine, that will continue together with electric engines. And then we got inspired, and our ministry will talk about this later on. We got inspirations on April the 15th because Leonardo da Vinci was born on April the 15th. So for his birthday, they decided to celebrate innovation of Made in Italy by presenting to the world the Folgore project, which is the electrification we have on all models. We are the first luxury Made in Italy brand that has electric vehicles for all its models, for all its range, for Gran Turismo, Cabrio, etc., sedans. So this is the proposal we are providing to our customers. Obviously, we strongly believe in this. We went a leap forward. Obviously, sometimes not all markets move at the same rate in terms of adopting electricity. So obviously we're not amongst the front runners, but we are a global brand, and so we work on a global perspective. So there are obviously more advanced markets where our models are being accepted. So we're confident we can offer our customers an alternative choice to combustion engine. When you make these projects, it's important to keep to your DNA, to the DNA of your brand. So a Maserati has to be a Maserati first and foremost, and it's got to be desirable as the brand has been deserving for the last 110 years. And then you'll tell us how we'll celebrate if you have anything special. Mr. Pagani, you represent the new generation of the Pagani brand, and I ask you this question because you will probably have less overstructure than what we would have been a bit more mature, in inverted commas. The Beijing exhibition has been very rich, also with important proposals in the prestige and premium cars for design and performance. Your world, which seems to be in perfect balance, on paper, in theory, nothing should be changed. But how do you look at China, which already today is a strong competitor for some of the automotive market share? In the sports world, how do you look at China? Well, first of all, good morning, everybody. It's incredible to have these colleagues here on stage who have lots of things to teach me, and it's great for me to see that the audience is super careful about what is going to be said today. It's a moment of Motor Valley we really like because it's important to talk about what we are doing and what other people are doing. Anyway, we are an extremely young company. Apart from me, who I'm the youngest here for sure. Don't insist on this. Come on, don't insist on this. Yeah, but being young also implies a lot of responsibilities. So I become the spokesperson of what we do a few kilometers away from the center of Modena, where ever since we started, it's like just above 25 years ago, we try to interpret the dreams and emotions of our customers. So basically, when we started with the first car, Zonda, and then today, after Huayra and Utopia, our approach has never changed, be it for a market like China or for a market like the US or Europe or the Middle East. We always try to create cars that are first and foremost useless, going back to what Stefano was saying before. They're obviously totally useless, but that must give you that strong emotion that must light the fire inside our customers. So what do we try to do? Well, we try and comply with rehomologation requirements at global level. even though we're a small company, we work very seriously on safety and on homologation, also in terms of emissions. So today we are still a very small reality with a totally internal combustion engine without the use of hybrid engines or electric engines, because the market and the customers asks us so now for the small volumes we make, about 50 cars a year. The Chinese market is very much present for us, but given our types of engines, 6,000 12 cylinders in China would really pay too much in taxes due to the characteristics of the engine. So we do have Chinese customers who buy our cars in other countries where they can enjoy them with more, of a bit of an entertainment rather than being stuck in traffic. But coming back to today's topic, we try and read through this direct relationship we have with our customers, we try to read about their needs, about their requests, about their dreams. Today, for Pagani, and at least until 2030, 2035, for Pagani, we will still have a 12 cylinders aspired engine with a combustion engine. But obviously, we also want to innovate through new platforms. And already in 2018, we started working on new platforms, which currently are still being analyzed, because obviously we need to be ready and we need to embrace innovation and embrace what customers might ask us in the future. So we obviously are very much interested in what's happening. So you're studying. You have a period of time dedicated to studying. Great. So Mr. Pontremoli Dallara, an historic player in the Motor Valley, I wanted to ask you, the sustainability drivers in terms of business models and engines are changing. How are they changing your job, your way of developing cars? Well, good morning on my side too. Well, basically our job is to, we don't make engines. We take the energy that's being given to us, hydrogen, hybrid, electric, traditional fuels, and we try and make it more efficient in the way we use it. If it's in motorsport, this efficiency translates itself into performance, time for a lap, and if it's on the road, it transforms itself in lower consumption. So this is basically the way in which we work. But this is leading us towards an important transformation in our business model, because more and more so, also in production. For instance, here we have players who are beating on this. We're changing, because until not long ago, the main two drivers were performance and cost. Now, instead, it's performance, cost, plus less energy in producing what you're producing. As we heard before with Azimut Benetti's presentation, the use of carbon for us is the key, because it's a very light material that allows you to develop products with a safety and stiffness sufficient to performance weighing 1/4, 1/5 vis-a-vis other materials. But to produce carbon fiber, you need a lot of energy, unfortunately. And so from the point of view of CO2 emissions, this is creating some problems. So we're carrying out new research on new materials, which could if not substitute, at least support carbon fibers to use less energy. And we're working on this. So we're using, for example, motorsport as a gym on the Japanese Super Formula 1 in Japan, for instance. We're using linen fibers, yes, instead of carbon fibers, with very good results, in fact, I must say. We're looking at silk. We are looking at very many different materials which could allow us to have the same level of performance at lower weight. So this energy transition is obviously forcing the whole market to review things. We thought, we're not very much interested in engines, so we're out of this. But instead, we're very much involved too. Second aspect to guarantee efficiency is aerodynamics. And on aerodynamics, we're working very, very hard because by simply looking at the shape of an object, you can reduce consumptions by 20, 30%. And aerodynamics has improved performance of a vehicle by about 40% in the last, let's say, 50 years. And you still have margin for improvement? Well, yes. Alas, what rolling resistance does is given by the drag is given by the surface, and cars are bigger. So we are at the same point we were at 50 years ago. You made us dream, so the new challenge is already there. But why? Because we want to be more comfortable, and we have huge cars. I mean, last week I used a 500 Fiat, and it looked big when I was young, when I was Christopher's age. Now it looks tiny, I mean, you wonder how you can get into a 500. I mean, we used to drive a 500 Fiat in 6 people with luggage to go on holiday. Yes, we used to do these kinds of things too, yes. But, I mean, this challenge is changing depending on the type of use customers are asking for. And then there's one last aspect which is extremely important and which has been touched upon by Bosch on artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is changing the way in which we design or we think about cars. I was in Abu Dhabi last Sunday, where we had a competition between racing driverless vehicles. I mean, the competition was a disaster if we look at the results, because they applied a humane rule. The rule was, if there is a yellow flag, you can't overtake. So the competition starts, the race starts, one car stopped, and when the other cars got there, they all stopped behind this one which had stopped, because you can't overtake, and that was it. You can't overtake, and the competition was over. But you've learned something. Yes, that's right, because a rule has applied. A person sees a car there in the middle of the road and overtakes because he doesn't even, or she doesn't even think that he or she has to stop. And instead, we had a competition between a human. So it was still the Japanese super formula. We used a Formula One pilot, Daniel Kvyat, and a driverless pilot on the same car. So we had the competition between these two cars. And I must say that that has been strong, because it's the first time I see on the same track, a man fighting against artificial intelligence. I spent 25 years at IBM, and this reminded me of when we had the challenge between IBM's chess player and Kasparov, where the first match was won by Kasparov, the second one got equal, and the third one was won by the computer. And from there on, the computer always won. There, the human pilot won with a highly performing car. For those of you who race, in Suzuka, Super Formula is only 3 seconds from Formula One, so a very high-performing car. The pilot, Ayas Marina, a circuit with 1.46 minutes. The car went with artificial intelligence at 1.55, only 9 seconds from the human driver. If I project things in the future, in less than 1 year, artificial intelligence will win. Because there were 2 handicaps we're going to eliminate really quickly. First, the pilot could go onto the curb, whilst the driverless car had to keep 5 centimeters away. And the second thing was that the pilot was 70 kilos, whilst artificial intelligence was 90 kilos. So those 20 kilos obviously will be eliminated. And this already gives you an idea of how artificial intelligence will move our world. Yes, also these centimeters away from the curb give you an idea of how important safety is going to be when it comes to using artificial intelligence. So very, very interesting. So if you take away what's fun, the important topic is safety. Yes, that's right. And in fact, we were asked, why do you do it? Well, we do it for safety, for safety reasons, because there we think about new safety systems to be applied to all our cars, because all the safety systems we have today are focused on number of mistakes, reacting to a specific pilot's mistake. I brake too late, the ABS starts, I accelerate too early, the ESP will start there. Instead, we'll have a driver angel concept that sees that, that curve cannot be driven at that speed, and so it slows down the car before you make the mistake. Okay, so it sees the ball and then knows that the kid will come out.
Mr. Abate, Ferrari announced the opening of a new manufacturing area in Maranello. So manufacture-wise, what has changed? Ferrari is an iconic car. Ferrari is constantly evolving, and financial outcomes are great. But how is artificial intelligence changing your production processes? I'm so excited to be here. This is a great event. This question is quite easy at the end of the day, and the answer is quite easy at the end of the day. Ferrari has always been a trailblazer in terms of innovation. Ferrari has great capabilities in terms of product customization, and Ferrari has always focused on sustainable manufacturing processes. The plan to extend our facilities were presented years ago. There's the E-building. This is a facility to manufacture strategic components, and this is essential for us. It is essential to keep design and know-how in-house. And there's a new painting shop, because the color is what really matters to customers, because colors can be customized. So this is something very important to us. We have a holistic scientific approach. Sustainability should be the cornerstone of all our products. This is why we are committed to recycling materials, and we are committed to work upstreams as well. We are a racing-centered company, and so we always test new technologies for innovation. In 2022, we installed a power plant. Adaptability and adjustability means learning some skills. Fuel cells are used now in order to tackle new energy sources. Product-wise, electrification is not that new. We presented the first supercar in 2012, and in 2019, 2 additional e-cars were added. This is an ongoing process. We are extending our testing, manufacturing, simulation, design capabilities for e-engines batteries, and the e-building will open very soon, June 21st. So good luck. Mrs. Cevolini, your company is all about innovation, and you are successful on the market. You are an electronics native company. What is the competitive edge of your positioning today? You manufacture high-performance bikes, but e-bikes. What is your competitive edge, and what about green transition from your point of view? Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here with some colleagues, and I like the fact that I represent women. I'm always the only woman in such panels. Actually, we are not an electrics native company. The company was established as a Ferrari supplier. After 50 years with ICEs, we have tackled this new challenge. At the very beginning, there was a cultural mindset problem. We had to review our culture. We needed to create a market. We were cutting edge. There are so many market research projects that mention the growth of this market, but we were established when this market did not exist. We sort of created it. So a new technology, a new product, a new market. Today, we can build on all this. Those who joined us later on found a company that is focusing on e-engines only. However, we still struggle because this area has strong traditions. Every single time we try to challenge the status quo, we struggle because the ecosystem is quite reluctant to accept it. Then I should mention COVID, existential economic crisis. So companies are really struggling right now. Companies are quite tired, so it's not easy to embrace change. This is why we must be extra careful when we implement innovations. We have always tried to innovate, but people need time to appreciate innovations. Culture is key from this point of view. Ecosystem is key from this point of view. We need a team, an ecosystem, a country that helps you in this transition. People should trust technological innovation. People should know how to appreciate it and how to use it. And this is something that is lacking. I'm lacking support. This ecosystem does not actually exist as it should. This company is young. We are innovation-centered, and we need external support. This is a hot topic that is somehow neglected. It is important to fill this gap. It is important to work as a team. It's a wave you should surf on. You shouldn't drown. Otherwise, innovation destroys. Innovation doesn't create. We must create new jobs. We must create new skills based on what we have. We need to go back to be an Italian Motor Valley. So I do understand that mass market e-vehicles are struggling right now because of a lack of culture. Generally speaking, this is the Motor Valley, so it is not easy to implement transition to electrification. I assume that there are still things that should be done. Mr. Tossini, Lamborghini, another key player of the Motor Valley. Customers, luxury cars, fans. What do they think of electrification? What do they think of e-options? We have talked about the industrial players, we have talked about market trends, but what about the demand? What is the reaction of customers and fans in relation to these new vehicles? And then regulations. 2024 is a transition year. We'll see what will happen with the European elections. So ICEs will be banned in 2035 based on current regulations. But what will happen? Thank you for this question. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Sicuramente stiamo vivendo con una grande tensione.
We're experiencing quite tense times right now.
Ed è vero che la centralità del brand in queste sfide ci deve guidare, perché da lì
Our brand should be our guiding light. This is where the Motor Valley strength lies. We do represent values, and we should consider data as well. What is the impact of e-vehicles in people's mind? We should check out whether people are ready for e-vehicles. And so we should consider data. What are customer orders in relation to new cars? All our range will be fully electrified within the end of the year. So this is the first implementation of a new strategy. I mean, people will have the option to choose what kind of engine they want, but people consider brand values, and brands should consider user experiences.
La preoccupazione che ci deve animare, lo dico perché poi questa sede in particolare mi sta molto a cuore.
There's something I'm concerned with. How are we going to react as a community?
Esempi che abbiamo cercato di dare in questi anni e gli esempi legati.
We have provided examples in terms of innovation and in terms of applying innovation, in terms of partnerships with universities. There are some colleagues here whose companies work with university. We need all this to reinforce the community and the acceptance by the community of these new vehicles. We are, as Motor Valley, an example, but there's a supply chain behind that has to deal with local, national and EU regulations. Our brands should have a holistic vision. Customers from all over the world should experience our brands wherever they live. And there are 17 different regulations in terms of homologation. So, we'll see what the EU will do in relation to the green transition, but it is not the only element that will influence what we do as companies, if we want to preserve our brand's success. This is what we should invest on. How can we establish a sustainable trajectory? How can we plan our activities? Thank you so much. I'd like to go back to Mr. Domenicali. We've talked about luxury cars. Luxury cars are sort of protected in relation to green transitions and luxury bikes as well. What is your vision? What is Ducati's vision on sustainability? And what about electrification? What are you doing with electrification? Sustainability has been mentioned several times today. We are all aware that sustainability is essential and sustainability could become a huge competitive edge. Pirelli said that. Of course, we must know who our customers are, what they want, and why they are passionate for a specific product. An ephemeral product, it's hard to strike this balance between what we do sustainability-wise and what our customers want. E-mobility has evolved over time. Some players in the automotive industry have achieved high performance for certain emotional aspects. There's an American manufacturer that focuses on the 0 to 100 kilometers, but some cars are heavier. So we shouldn't forget driving experience, emotional driving experience, how you take turns, for instance. So the whole picture is quite complex. And then there's a sound element. Sound element is highly significant in how you experience a product. So I think we are all thinking of this. We're all trying to find this sweet spot, and this is highly specific for bikes because weight plays a very important role for bikes, because the driving experience depends upon weight, specifically with the Ducati sport bikes. So weight is essential. This is why we have invested a lot. This is why we are part of the e-bike program. We have developed this bike and we have worked with Livia and Energica. We have a high-performance e-bike that has a number of limits. I visited Asia a month ago, and one of the greatest limits is the battery energy density. We're talking about chemistry here and not only physics. So it's not about digital laws or mechanical laws. It's not the Moore laws where performance doubles every 18 months. Technology is growing by 5%, 10% on a yearly basis. We are investing in people. We have people that are skilled in terms of inverters and other elements. So in order to wrap up, we are building up our future and we want to be ready for different scenarios, and we do not want to run too fast, because if you run too fast today, it could be a danger, because customers are not ready yet, and our products wouldn't embody Ducati's DNA right now. And there are different regulations in Europe and in other countries, so we have time. And we want to be ready, but we want to be consistent. We want to grow. We want to preserve jobs. We do not want to overproduce if we do not have the customers who are ready to buy our products. So we'll go slowly. And we are conducting research on different topics. Maybe electrification is not the solution for all problems. Hydrogen is interesting. There are some unresolved issues, specifically in relation to storage, but hydrogen is a great fuel for ICEs, so it's quite easy to manufacture a hydrogen-fueled ICE, which is in line with the user experiences. It's not easy from other points of view in terms of storage, as I mentioned, but we need time. We are living exciting times, but if you innovate in your research, you have a bright future ahead.
Thank you. This principle of technology neutrality is a very important one for people dealing with the automotive business, but it can also be important for Europe in the next few months. I'd like to thank Minister D'Urso, who will draw the conclusion. I wanted to ask Mr. Potremoli, how is the adventure of Dallara Stradale? Well, for us, that's an exercise to demonstrate what we know already: lightness with carbon fibers, aerodynamicity, and a dynamics of the vehicle, which, as Claudio said before, gives us pleasure when we drive it. And this is somehow a summary of our Motor Valley capabilities, because we went to Tubistyle, who are the best in the world for this type of product. We went to cables to Arpunta in Serra Mazzoni. Motor Valley is an exercise that should be studied to become a system, because it's becoming a system thanks to the friendship amongst the people who are present today. But Motor Valley is 16,500 companies working together through, say, 6-7 brands present here on stage that obviously bring them to the world. So we've developed our own university, which, in my opinion, is an extraordinary success, and it's an honor for me to be the president of the university. We will come to 200 people with a degree in this university. And what's a success and what bothers me is that when we talk about electrification, we started 2 years ago on our own, we represent 18% of electric engineers in Italy. So we've chosen the right path. Yes, but this means that Italy didn't, because if we represent 18% in 2 years, it means that we are leaders, and it means that something else is missing elsewhere. So we have to look at the way in which we're working, because we are, usually, I close with this sentence that I think gives the idea of what I mean. Usually, you sleep in the same bed with different dreams, whilst instead we sleep in different beds with the same dream. We want Italy, and here we're representing Italy around the world. We want Italy to become strong thanks to our skills and savoir-faire. And Giovanni Agnelli used to say, you have savoir-faire, which is important, fine. Then you have faire, but you also have faire savoir. We also need people to know how we're working. And this exercise here is an incredible example. because these companies here on stage, I'm just a supplier, they compete amongst each other. But the beauty of Motor Valley is that we compete in the world by cooperating in the development of our skills and competencies. Because in Italy, we represent 0.7%. We are 60 million out of 8 billion. So we wouldn't be able to compete on volumes. We need to compete on the difference we make with innovation, with being unique. And these examples are demonstrating that it is so. Well, this of the dream and the beds, well, I'm going to steal it off you. I'll tell you straight away. Let's come to the conclusions. I want to ask you a couple more questions. Try and be brief so that we won't be late. Same question to Tosin and Perosino. I was struck by this idea of Elon Musk's mission, who went for an agreement on artificial intelligence. What does this tell us? That also Tesla understood that in this context, also in the context of exclusive and prestige cars, if you don't win, then you need to find alliances with the Chinese? Or do we need to work at a US and or European formula? Well, when your enemy is too strong, it's best to become friends. So you agree with me? Okay, fine. Okay. No, I think that currently China, for our brands, is a bit of a delicate point. We're missing some of China in our performance because we were helped by them in the past, and this is an issue for all our brands today. Well, I think that, yes, at a certain point in time, we will have to come to compromises with China. The world is global. Where you have the best technologies, then you have to try and create a team and learn from them. Each brand has to remain itself. The advantage we have, if you think about it vis-a-vis China, is that China is not capable of building brands, while instead we've built brands, and this is a fact. It's something we can keep for ourselves. So our capability of interpreting with our own brands, which are our real strengths, all the different consequences. If you go electrical, you will have a real electrical Maserati, a real electrical Lamborghini. This is our difference. Make our brands desirable, and then the way you'll apply them, you remain yourself, because that's what the world recognizes to Italian luxury and made in Italy. Well, this is an important challenge. Tell us about what you think about China. Well, everything we had to understand from the technical viewpoint, as far as the different AI applications go, is something Bosch engineering CEOs already talked about, so I won't repeat what he said. The reality is that China, in these last few years, with its growth rates and with its speed, also during the pandemic, has been capable of running faster than we did. And this is something Elon Musk understood, but also all business people in all industries understood too, including in our industry. Because one of the topics we didn't really dwell on, apart from electrification, is that of connectivity. In a world in which we've understood that we're all have attention deficit disorders, we need to connect ourselves properly, because the connectivity aspect that has to do with the customer experience is something we can work better than the Chinese. When we see on the car screen a little puppet, which maybe, on Christmas Day puts, Father Christmas hat, is something we might not need. But in the world of gaming, in the world of entertainment, in the world of communication, some features will become important, apart from macroeconomic important topics that are at the basis of this all, such as, for example, the extraordinary competition we have now, which is actually choking Tesla's industrial plan today or business plan today. So what Giovanni was saying before is right. There are important contact points in this reasoning, and we need to look at it in a holistic manner and understand our competitive positioning, where we can draw benefits, and where we have strengths vis-a-vis Asia and others. When we talk about the holistic vision, the minister celebrated Made in Italy on the day dedicated to Leonardo da Vinci, because those 360-degree skills is what we need. And so we We're okay there. I wanted to ask the three of you whether you can tell us something about new talents. Motor Valley is trying to develop new professionals, but the transformation of your businesses also requires new skills and competencies and a new formula to retain these visionary people who have lots of things to teach us because they put life before work. Well, this is the most important topic, I would say. We've touched upon some important points earlier on. If we talk about training, about university, about young people, it's beautiful to hear that, the age range at Energica is very low. And also, where I work, the average age is pretty low. We're just about 30 years of age on average. So working with young people is very, very important. It's probably the most important thing. We are trying to get ready for this. We are trying to work with this in mind because my father, who was a great visionary and who tried to bring Leonardo da Vinci's vision inside a company, arts and science connected with construction with composite materials, something nobody believed in 30 years ago. Well, that innovation he tried to provide right from the first day is being transferred now to young people, to people coming to work for Pagani today. So we're trying to invest in electronics, in hydraulics. We are trying to make Pagani evolve from the company who designed and built cars to the company that now has the talent and skills to work in future projects that imply strong knowledge in transforming Pagani for the future. So we focus on young people, we focus on people in general and on young people in particular. We come from a family-owned company, and so we strongly believe in this. Passion, the brand are things that need to be transferred. Obviously, I was in it ever since I was born, but young people coming in need to be submerged by these ideas so that, this company will become their flagship. I see the great passion existing in Ducati, in some of the companies we're lucky enough to have here with us today, and, the luck people have in representing them, from the person who's assembling bikes to the one who varnishes them. I mean, we are trying to do the same. We're trying to train our people so that they will become fans for the future. To you too, very briefly. Well, the point that's most important for all of us is people. So skills, people's skills, their capability of renewing, of innovating, of changing competencies and skills in our companies, but also throughout the supply chain. This is a fundamental lever for our future. Internally, we're structured with a school, an internal professional school, not just for people working as blue collars, but also for our engineers. And we keep on investing on that. We want to develop it on a yearly basis. More than 120,000 training hours this year for our people, and specifically for blue collars transforming cars. We train more than 5,000 people, and this means a strong commitment. The Formula Uomo program that has characterized us ever since the 90s is, shows that we care for people, because we're not talking about nature. We're talking about people. We need to start from people. You need to invest on people to keep on growing and to keep allowing niche skills to increase and grow. We need to be craftspeople, but we also need to be engineers, and we need to understand where technology must leave space to men and vice versa to actually get to the best possible product. Cevolini? Well, we've never based ourselves on the brand because we're new, and also the brand was new, so we couldn't really exploit our brand to retain talents, whilst instead they probably can do this. And we couldn't even invest on the academy. We obviously started launching our program, but we're still very small, so I always looked, so what do you do? Well, in reality, what we bet upon was to be always the first in technological innovation, not having the brand, not having the economic and structural strength they have. We have creativity and we have technology too. And there, we've always been leader. We've always been the first to provide new technologies to our customers. We've always proposed innovative technologies with 3D printing. More than 25 years ago, we were probably the first proposing to our customers. And this obviously attracts young talents. Well, let's say that at least we make them feel unique and they participate on a daily basis to continuous innovations, to something new. With electricity, we always try and be the first. We were the first. And so we try and create a piece of history, as we've done in racing, as we've done in e-racing. But it isn't easy. And I go back to what I was saying before. It's important to work as a team because all this works when you create an ecosystem that works. When you really have teamwork, when you have a smaller and more flexible company that can risk more on technology by introducing and testing new technologies together with strong partners and with strong brands, because otherwise, you can't become the best in the world, and all together we can instead. Okay, thank you very much. This is the best possible wish you could have given us. I'd like to thank you all for your contributions. Thank you. And so I ask Minister Adolfo Urso, Minister for Made in Italy, to come on stage. Certainly, the Motor Valley industry gives you less worries than the automotive business at large. But I don't know, as you like, maybe we can sit down. Maybe it's less worrying, but maybe you can tell us something about China, about the way in which we are adapting to the made in Europe electric cars. We also need to think about industrial policies. I'd like to start with something that just happened. Can you tell us whether there is a date for new generation electric car incentives? Are we going to start with those? And when will the Stellantis negotiations start again?
The incentive plan is substantial this year, 950 million euro. It is now being validated by the Court of Accounts, and I think it will be implemented in a couple of weeks. There are three pillars. Pillar number one, sustainability. And this is the most important pillar. If you get rid of a polluting car, our car fleet is the oldest and the most polluting in Europe. So if you give up Euro 0, 1, 2, 3 cars, you can get tax incentives. Second pillar, social sustainability. So more incentives for low-income people. So if you are a low-income citizen and if you decide to scrap a highly polluting car, you can receive more than 13,000 euro if you switch to e-cars. Third pillar, de facto, these tax incentives are designed to support production at national level. During the second part of the year, there will be a change compared to last years, with an increase of car production at national level. If this doesn't happen, the funds from the automotive fund will be reallocated
dell'offerta, cioè a sostegno.
In order to support
Vi dirò
supply, in order to support manufacturers.
perché tutta la nostra politica è indirizzata.
Our policies are designed to support investment in manufacturing in the microelectronics industry, for instance. A couple of days ago, we launched a tool to receive incentives in the microelectronics industry. 3.2 billion euro are made available as public incentives to invest in microelectronics. Then we have defined 5.0 transition plan that includes investments starting from January 1st, 2024, even if this plan will be made public in a couple of weeks. Takes time. I mean, procedures are always quite complicated. But this 5.0 incentive plan includes 13 billion euro in a tax credit for companies that invest in digital economy, 6.4 million euro. And those that wanted to invest in energy efficiency through green technologies, 6.3 million euro plus 230 million euro as non-refundable loans. So this is what we are doing for innovation, specifically green innovation and digital innovation, and then development contracts. Some of the companies of the Motor Valley have entered into these development contracts. For instance, Ferrari, Lamborghini. These development contracts are designed to invest in technological innovation and to create jobs. And we do have the current version of development contracts through the government budget. And then there is a new version of a development contract that were designed based on the funds that were made available by the National Recovery Plan, 2.5 million euro. In this case, these development contracts are meant for green technologies, e-batteries, PV systems, green technologies, 2.1 billion euro. And then these are meant to develop industrial supply chains. So we do have funds that come from our own budget and that come from other sources, EU sources. All these funds are designed to support investments by company. in terms of digital innovation and green innovation. This is what we should focus on. However, we must be aware that Italy should combine identity and innovation. Identity and innovation. We did it in the past, we're doing it right now, and we'll do it in the future. And what you do is an example for the whole country. Identity and innovation went hand in hand with Leonardo da Vinci. So I like to remind you that the Made in Italy Day was organized on Leonardo da Vinci's birthday because Leonardo could combine art and science, identity and innovation. He was an artist, a sculptor, and a scientist, a researcher, an unprecedented figure in Italian history. He conceived machines that would be manufactured centuries later. This area, your local area, is about brands. And you all have 3 brands. Your own brand, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Maserati, the regional brand, Motovalley, a unique area, an area that was born here with its specificities. So you embody 3 different kinds of brands, and these brands can be enhanced by the new regulation on geographical appellations of artisanal products, just like it happens with food. Italy is strong all over the world because of its food too. The Parma ham, Parmesan from Reggio. These geographical appellations will be used for artisanal and industrial products too. And Motovalley is a model of what could happen. This is why we have allocated funds to map these products before the entry into force of the regulation. We got ready beforehand. We have mapped more than 200 geographical appellations so that associations can prepare documentation. So I mentioned 3 brands: the company's brand, the area brand, and then, of course, the Made in Italy brand. We are Italy. Our identity is Italy, and our identity is our strength worldwide. But innovation too, and you are an example. Of course, you have strength, identity, that goes hand in hand with history. You have invested in innovation too, and we wanted to support this innovation. This is why we use EU and national funds for innovation, so you can buy identity and innovation, and Motovalley embodies them all. And a couple of days, a regulation was approved on social cohesiveness and cohesion.
noi abbiamo anche realizzato uno strumento che ci mancava.
We have developed a tool, the so-called small development contracts from 5 to 20 million euro,
Ma particolarmente attinenti alle regioni del Mezzogiorno a cui fondi di
specifically for southern regions, because these are cohesion funds. So these development tools are part of our range of tools that are designed to support company in innovation and competitiveness. And SMEs are key. What about negotiations with Stellantis? These negotiations are still on. We want to create the best conditions to enhance the traditions of Italian cars. We firmly believe that this country has an important, significant ecosystem in the automotive industry, so that we can be competitive worldwide. Many car manufacturers wanted to establish their facilities in Europe. And Europe will have to follow the US policies. So these car manufacturers are envisaging to establish their factories in Italy. They think that Italy is one of the most appealing countries to manufacture cars in the new context after the new European Commission. When Mr. Draghi addressed the European Parliament a couple of months ago, he mentioned his paper on competitiveness, and he mentioned two elements.
Come fa l'Europa a resistere alla duplice competizione?
How can Europe tackle the competition problems with China and the US when $3,000 billion were invested in the US? And he said Europe should invest at least 500 million euro per year for the next 10 years, own resources. Own resources coming from the different state members, 500 billion euro every year to support industry.
And then I made an example about EVs. How can the car automotive business resist when taxes in China are equal to 10%, in the US they're 27.5%, and President Trump, should he be re-elected, has already announced that it would immediately raise them to 67%. As you know,
L'Europa non c'è reciprocità.
well, in Europe, there's no reciprocity, right, from this point of view. But it's not a question of China. It's obvious that Europe has to go from being the Europe of consumers to the Europe of producers. I said this very clearly in the last few months to the other ministers who express important industrial nations in Europe, differently from the past, when just France and Germany would decide and then they would communicate rules and regulations. Now things have changed, and so we have industrial policies, and we signed an agreement in Berlin last June amongst myself, Abeck, the Vice Chancellor in Germany, and Minister Le Maire, the Minister of Economy and Business in France. We have a trilateral negotiation and agreement, and that has addressed the Commission on critical raw materials. And this is of great importance to be strategically autonomous when it comes to raw materials that are going to be used, like lithium, cobalt, for the development of technology. Then the second time we met in Rome at the end of October, and we talked about artificial intelligence. And again, we asked the Commission to do something about regulations on AI. And now this law has been passed. Italy, in fact, was a pioneer with the legislative degrees, the bill on artificial intelligence. And in fact, tomorrow, yes, I'm sorry, in Turin, we will present the Foundation for Artificial Intelligence about the automotive, aerospace, and circular economy in Turin. And then we also met the day before yesterday in Paris to talk about green technology and competitiveness. And because we want to define the European policy when it comes to industries. And the industrial policy in Europe will have to address investments for production and to allow competitiveness grow in Europe, and it will have to focus on a commercial policy that will contrast unfair competition, counterfeiting, etc., all those phenomena that obviously create difficulties to people manufacturing in Europe compared to those who produce outside of Europe without complying to social and environmental standards we instead want to comply with. Thank you. Thank you very much for your availability. Thank you for having sat here with me rather than just go to the podium. I invite you to take your seat again and enjoy the Motor Valley Fest. Thank you very much once again. And to conclude, I ask Leo Turini, journalist and writer, to come on stage. We know there is an award you will have to deal with. I can't see him here, though. Where is he? Here he is. Sorry, there you are. I thought you were coming from the audience. To you. Welcome. Are you tired? I know nothing about this, so it's up to you. Okay, I'll do it. Don't worry. I guess you're going to be dead tired. But before we close, we have an important moment to celebrate. For the person who first envisaged Motor Valley by inventing its name and by fighting for years to allow this territory to become Motor Valley, to have a brand and to become a reference at global level. Because there's always an intuition behind wonderful stories and wonderful ideas. Think about it. Enzo Ferrari in 1947 opens his factory in Maranello, and everybody were peasants there, you know. There wasn't any industrial fabric. And once I met him and I asked him, you know, how could you envisage that right in that place, you know, you would have had the best engineers and the best mechanics in the planet? And he, you know, took off his dark glasses he was wearing all the time, and instead of sending me somewhere, said, only people who know how hard it is to work will be ready to understand the revolutionary power of the engine. And this is just intuition. This is having a vision. This is being capable of anticipating the future when we, as common people, still do not have the slightest idea of envisaging something similar. And the same was done by the person we're going to award today. I invite the mayor of Modena, Giancarlo Buzzarelli, to come up on stage. He should be around. Yes, here he is. Good morning. A round of applause. I mean, it's true that it might not be re-elected, but still. And then my friend Molinari, President of the Chamber of Commerce of this territory. Also, Molinari, like Mozzarelli, is an institution here. He went to high school at Muratori School. So we are here to give an award to the person who invented Motor Valley, a person who spent a part of his life at the service of this idea, which then became a great reality. Today, we have here with us a big round of applause for him because he deserves it, Piero Blondi. He's coming slowly because he's no younger kid. This is where Pavarotti used to come in from. Get the mic, great, so that you tell us. Is it true? Can I say it? Sure, absolutely, of course. Is it true that at the beginning of this century, you used to go around and give out, golden tortellini to convince important people to create Motor Valley? Well, I've done all sorts. I've also done that. Yes, it was in 2002. And I remember this very well because not even 6 months had gone by after the Twin Towers terrorist attack in New York. And the world at that time, the whole of the world, was desperate to go back to normal, to go back to before September the 11th. And this desperate need for normal was also felt here in Modena, in this small city. And we started working on this idea because we understood that everybody in Modena used to talk about racing cars, racing bikes, and everybody knew something about it, but nobody knew the whole thing as a whole. They didn't know about the whole business. And when you started testing, what happened? Well, we carried out a survey. The Confcommercio regional office launched a survey that lasted 6-7 months with interviews, with the collection of documents. And what is extraordinary is that when we used to meet to understand what the survey was giving us in terms of data every week, every 10 days with Andrea Babbi and the researchers were totally enthusiastic. They were coming to these meetings with great enthusiasm because out of each interview they had made, out of each document, they found great, enthusiasm from everybody. It was a Pandora box. So you didn't have to give out gold tortellinis. No, not with the researchers, because they would get their salaries. The tortellini would go to other people. I was very much struck by this, and then we'll listen to Mayor Mr. Molinari. At a certain point in time, when Motor Valley became a reality, you have given the logo for free. What could be, say, the commercial potential was given for free to the community. Well, this is something that came out of the conference we organized to launch this survey's results. We did it in Modena with the Modena authorities, but also the regional authorities present. And in their introductory remarks, the mayor of Modena was Barbolini at that time. He announced two fundamental things. First, the decision of the municipality to start the construction of the Marsaglia, the new racing track, and also the decision to start with the Museo Casa Ferrari project, with the museums project. At the same time, the president of the region, who was present, together with the councillor for tourism, gave the regional support to whatever could be developed. And we agreed upon the brand which was owned by Confcommercio, through the Chamber of Commerce of Modena, was given for free and went to the region. But out of curiosity, have you ever been told off for giving things for free? Well, obviously, yes, everybody would do so. When you give things for free, nobody agrees with you. But I just wanted to add one last point, if I may. I mean, I didn't say hello to you all at the beginning, but I do so now. I'm really, really happy to be here today, I must say. I feel honored. But there's been a moment in which I went through a panic attack when I received a call and I was asked to come here today because I was going to receive an award. I thought I would get the Carlona as a prize. No. Then I understood it was something different. So Molinari and the mayor will give you the award. And I asked them to be very, very quick. Congratulations. There are very many visionary people in this territory, but being so long-sighted is always a sign of vitality. So congratulations, a very much deserved award. Well, I'd like to thank you, really, because with Blondi, there has always been a tension. He loved cars so much that, he wanted to leave them in the streets and in the squares. I say so because it is true. But at the same time, I must say that in the end, we always respected each other a lot, and we had more common ideas than ideas that were divergent. We're great enemies, in fact. Well, frankly, I'm not an enemy. No, come on, I was joking too. And most of all, he always looks at things from his point of view, because it guarantees one of the most important reference points in the middle of the city. I mean, we're very glad. We had talked about this with the ex-general manager of Confcommercio, who is here and who is following. And I'm very glad, is present. So we've come to give him the award. Well, this is a lithograph of a fantastic artist, Alessandro Rasponi, from Modena. It's an image of a character we talked about these last few days, who is a friend of mine, Ayrton Senna, who left us 30 years ago at Imola. And yesterday here, in the residence that was by Sergio Mantovani, we had the parents of Ratzenberger, who lost his life one day before, on April the 30th, one day before Ayrton Senna. A wonderful work of art for you, Piero. Thank you very much. What can I do? Well, I can hold it for you if you want. No, I just wanted to shake hands. Okay, I can hold it for you so that we can all take a picture together. Thank you so much, and all the best to you all. Thanks to you all, and I'd like to remind you that we are going to inaugurate the Military Academy, and all the best for this Motor Valley Fest to you all.